Introduction by members. Member for Abbotsford Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a bit of sad news today. One of Mission's community pillars passed away. Don Lobb was 95. He was instrumental in seeing through Mission Association for Seniors Housing, worked on a number of housing projects, was certainly instrumental in the fundraising and the building of the facilities, and actually passed away in the Cedars, which was one of the facilities that he oversaw. So I just wanted to say, I'm very sorry to hear about his death, and grateful for all the volunteer work that he did for our community. Thank you, sir.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call continued debate on the budget.
Recognizing the member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my first opportunity to welcome you to the chair and congratulate you on a very important position in this legislature. And I hope you enjoy your time. It's going to be a wonderful time for all of us to have you there. Applause, applause. Good. So this is not my first budget. I was actually thinking about that. This is probably in the neighborhood of my 22nd or 23rd budget after 9 years on municipal council and my 13th year as an MLA. I've had the privilege of being part of making budgets on Treasury Board as municipal councillor, and now for the last few years as a critic of budgets. But no, really, we all bring our personalities, Madam Speaker, to the role of making speeches. And my personality, as most people around the House know, is more of a let's get the job done, roll up our sleeves and find positive things that we can do together kind of person. And that's the way I'm going to approach this, quote unquote, critique of the budget. And when I finished my notes, and I'll get into the details of it soon enough. We do have 28 minutes and 37 seconds left. When I finished my notes, I was thinking, how would I describe the budget? Now, I know the book describes it as Stronger Together, and the Minister of Finance did mention that a few times, Stronger Together. And I'm going to use that theme in just a second, but I actually came up with a different name. I called this budget an uncertain budget for uncertain times. And I'll get to what I mean by that in a few minutes. But over the last 13 years as an MLA, I've always taken the perspective, Madam Speaker, that my job is to relay what my constituents' wants and needs are to Victoria, as opposed to the other way around. When I was on City Council in Kelowna, some people there, don't ask me why, thought I would make a good candidate for mayor. And they came and approached me and said, would you run for mayor? And I was thinking about that because we had 3 vacancies for the provincial positions coming up for 3 MLAs. And I said, well, I can either become a mayor and then beg Victoria for money, or I can become an MLA potentially and try to deliver money back to Kelowna. So I chose the latter. And I'm happy that I did that. Much to the chagrin maybe of my family, who kind of miss me every now and then, but I miss them huge all the time. So that's what I thought, and I still think my primary duty is to relay the needs and wants and desires of my local community to Victoria, and in this case, to the people who made the budget. And they've had many, many months, Madam Speaker, with many hundreds of staff working to make this budget. We on the opposition side have had many, many minutes with maybe a few hours to look at this budget and come up with some responses. So what I'm trying to say to the people back home is, this is second reading of a budget, similar to second reading of any legislation that we see in the legislature. It's presented, the opposition gets to see it. And then we go into what's called the committee stage for legislation, which gives us an opportunity to actually dissect what is meant by the legislation. And we're going to do the same thing with the budget, but it's called estimates. So for those who are watching at home, maybe my CA, maybe my mom, for those watching at home, that's the process that we've embarked on now. We make general speeches, let's get into much detail as possible, and then we dissect the budget line by line, minister by minister, over the course of a few months until we rise here. I think it's on June 2nd when we are done. So the first thing I would ask for the government to consider, and in this case it would be the Premier to consider, is there's someone very important to this whole process of open government, of accountability, that's not in this room. And that's Kevin Falcon. So my first ask through this budget process is to ask the Premier to call the by-election in Colchina so we can have the leader of the BC Liberal Party and the official opposition come in this House and hold the government, in particular the Premier, to account for this very important budget. That way also, Madam Speaker, it would give an opportunity for all those members on the government side who've been trying to lob grenades to Mr. Falcon to actually do it to his face instead of behind his back. And I think that would be actually the best way to proceed with holding this government accountable for this budget, is to have the leader of the opposition present when it comes time to go through estimates with the Premier, as opposed to someone who is very capable, I'm sure, as the leader of our caucus currently, but I think the leader of the opposition should be in the legislature, and I would call on the government or the Premier to call the by-election as soon as possible. So an uncertain budget for uncertain times. Well, you just have to look at what's going on around the world right now, Madam Speaker, to understand what I mean by that. And we know with a heavy heart this morning, we heard many speeches about what's happening in Ukraine. And what's happening in Ukraine, of course, is something that we all hope would never have happened, that the Russian government and the Russian president would have taken the advice, the counsel, the hints, the requests of the world community and not invade Ukraine. But now we have a situation where we have people who are suffering. They never asked for this war. We have people who are dying. We have people who are hiding in subways with their children. You know, it's just a horrible situation, Madam Speaker. You know, and my heart and all our hearts goes out to all those people who are suffering right now in Ukraine because of this action. But this action will have more impact than just to the people of Ukraine. The people of Ukraine have the greatest impact, but it will also have an impact around the world. And that impact will go all the way around and hit us right here in British Columbia. And it'll hit us in the area of gasoline supply. It'll hit us in the area of commodities, of agriculture. And it's really important that even though probably, I would give the government the benefit of the doubt, when they created this, they didn't anticipate those kind of impacts as they developed this budget. An uncertain budget for uncertain times. We need to make sure that we are able to come back to the budget and say, what do we do now? Luckily, we have contingencies in the budget. And as we go through the estimates process, Madam Speaker, we'll identify what those contingencies are and hopefully try to identify what they're for and use those contingencies to maybe offset what's going to happen with the world supply of gasoline, potentially with food supply, Madam Speaker, and also look at what happens with the wealth, or at least perceived wealth, of many of our citizens. And I say that because we already saw the stock market this morning take a hit on what's going on right now in Europe. I'm not too sure where it's at right now, but I imagine there will be some impact on the stock market. A lot of the people in our province are invested in the market, and they perceive their wealth based on how well their investments are doing. And if their investments aren't doing very well, they don't spend as much money. If they don't spend as much money, the economy doesn't rotate as well as it could. All that has an impact on the budget, Madam Speaker. So I go back and I think about all these things together, and I go, really, it's an uncertain budget in an uncertain time, brought on by things that maybe were never even considered in this budget. And later on, when I start talking about debt, I'll tie it back. Because as we all know, looking at the budget, debt is on the rise. Debt per GDP is on the rise, right? So debt per income is on the rise. And if you continue to increase debt, that gives you less flexibility, especially if interest rates go up, Madam Speaker. Again, uncertain budget for an uncertain time. The cost of living is up 5% since last year. That's the highest in 30 years. The cost for food has gone up 6.5%. And now, both of those things obviously will have an impact on what people spend. Some people will be, from paycheck to paycheck, trying to find ways of spending less because their dollar won't go as far. That will have an impact on them, first and mostly of all, but it will also have an impact on the general economy. We'll see demand go down for products, and that will, of course, impact on the economic factors and what happens with jobs. So, Madam Speaker, inflation is not a good thing, because what will likely happen, if you read all the pundits, is you're going to have higher interest rates. Higher interest rates will dampen the housing market, potentially. Depends on what the supply and demand are. If demand is so outstripped supply, even higher interest rates might not bring down the price of housing and make it more affordable for our citizens to afford. But higher interest rates will definitely have an impact on what people spend, how much they spend it on and what they spend it on. And again, that is not a good thing for the economy as a whole, individuals, of course, and businesses who now have to factor in higher costs to deliver their products and services to British Columbians. All these things demonstrate that we have to be very prudent, very careful with the budget, with that $70+ billion that we are given the responsibility for in this legislature to allocate through government, through cabinet, and to hold government to account. When I mean hold government to account, Madam Speaker, I mean all of us. There are roughly 24, maybe 25 soon-to-be cabinet ministers, Madam Speaker, and they are the ones that get to decide as Executive Council what happens in here. All the other MLAs, including those on the government side who aren't in cabinet, are there to hold the governments to account. And sometimes when you're in a government MLA and you're not in cabinet, you get to do that, but most of the time they usually follow the lead of their party and their government and get to support the budget if they're on the government side. We, on the opposition side, our task is to point issues out through the process of second reading and, of course, through the process of estimates, so that we can be advocating on behalf of our constituents for a better budget going forward. The other issues that are coming to mind for me, Madam Speaker, for the issue of uncertain budget and uncertain time is what's happening with trade. What's going to happen with China and the relationship between China and Canada not being exactly at the best over the last few years with our trade goods. You know, we rely a lot on the Far East to buy our products, in particular a lot of our agricultural products. We also rely a lot on our American brothers and sisters to the south to buy our products, our #1 trading partner. What will happen as we see Americans perhaps get more and more made-at-home policies as their polarized politics force them during elections to use Canada as a whipping boy to make sure that they can get re-elected down south of the border when it comes to trade. So between the trade balance with the United States and with the Far East, Madam Speaker, in particular China, I think there's a lot of uncertainty. Another uncertain item, Madam Speaker, is something we've been dealing with for the last 2 years, is the pandemic. What happens now? Obviously, we're in a position today where Dr. Henry, having done her work for the last couple of years, along with our Minister of Health and Government, and I would say supported by the whole legislature, have taken us to a point where it looks like we're going to adapt to COVID being part of our reality. That there's no getting rid of COVID. It'll just mutate in different ways, and we'll have to protect those that need the most protection and protect ourselves in the way we interact with our fellow citizens. But what if? What if somewhere in Africa or somewhere in South America or North America or Europe or Asia or somewhere else, it mutates again, and it mutates in a different way, which isn't the way it is now, and we need to shut things down again? What if? There's a lot of what-if questions, Madam Speaker, and I'm not a scientist. I don't have the answer to that question, and I rely on our scientists to provide us with the right answers. But I still think it's an uncertainty that could have an impact on the resources that we've allocated in this budget, where they go, and how much they are. And so we'll have to keep track of that, very close track. And the last thing, Madam Speaker, for the preamble, and I've already used half my time in the preamble. I just love budgets because you can go on forever. I would take the dedicated speaker role, but it's already been taken by our House Leader, Madam Speaker, so I'll keep within my 30 minutes. The other thing is the environment. You know, I look at home, and when I've talked to people, friends, constituents, I say, look, it's really important that government does things and provides incentives and shows a vision and leadership when it comes to environment. But it's also important that we all look in the mirror. What are we doing when it comes to the environment? What are we doing when it comes to how much we use our vehicles? Where do we use our vehicles? What kind of vehicles do we own? Can we use an alternate source of fuel? Is that possible? It's not possible everywhere in our province. Some parts it's very difficult. Travel long distances using an EV, for example. But, you know, can we do that, Madam Speaker? What can we do in our homes? How can we tighten our homes a little better so we don't have those drafts in winter? Because those drafts in winter are actually energy that we are just throwing out through our windows or cracks in the doors or whatever. And that's another thing that we have to look at. What can we do ourselves, Madam Speaker? And then, of course, not only do we have to make sure we reduce our footprint, our environmental footprint, but we also have to make sure we are prepared, properly prepared, for things that we've had in the past and that will come more often. The heat domes, the fires, which you, of course, Madam Speaker, are very closely aware of, the floods, and any other environmental calamity that can come onto our land base and our citizens. What are we going to do to make sure that we are more robust in protecting our citizens so that they know when something is coming and we can help them protect themselves or protect them in the case of large case matters like the fire in Lytton and other places. So that's the preamble to my comments on the budget. It really is an uncertain budget for uncertain times, because when I read through the budget, I find that it really lurches from one place to another. You know, I remember some budgets in the past. One of my first budgets when I was a town councillor in Banff, one of the councillors who was well known for his very tight-fisted business practices got elected, and he came to the council meeting with a hatchet, and he put his hatchet on the table as a signal as to what he wanted to do with the budget as we prepared to put this budget together for the town. So it was very clear, Madam Speaker, where he was going, right? I knew exactly where he was going. When we first got elected, some of us, Steve Thompson, former Speaker, my colleague, of course, from Kelowna Emission, and the current member for Kelowna West, who's in the House with us still. When the three of us first got elected, we were elected in 2009, and then Premier Campbell, after going through the subprime mortgage crisis, said, you know, we're going to have to make some tax changes. And the HST was introduced to caucus at the time. Well, it was very clear where he was going with the budget, Madam Speaker, very clear. I'm not saying it turned out the way that he probably thought it would turn out, but, you know, that's the way of budgets. You put your best foot forward, and sometimes things get accepted and sometimes don't. I would hope that there are things in this, Madam Speaker, that also won't get accepted. Things like increasing salaries for ministers if the budget isn't balanced is one thing I would hope that on second thought, on better reflection, the government would decide that maybe that wasn't such a good idea. Or charging people higher taxes for buying a used vehicle, Madam Speaker. You know, really, even in the budget document, it talks about how that particular item is going to hurt or impact people in lower income and middle income families. Well, Madam Speaker, now is not the time to raise taxes on lower and middle income families. And the way it's going to work is quite interesting. I use interesting in quotations, Madam Speaker. Interesting that you can go out and make a good deal on a used vehicle, but if it isn't the same deal as the average cost, in other words, as good a deal as the rest of the people have made, in other words, it's a better deal than everybody else, you get penalized for that. Now think about it. Where's the incentive to go out and make a good deal if you're going to get taxed the difference? Now, I would imagine the incentive is you're making a good deal, and therefore, you know, you'll save some money there. But still, it sends the wrong message. You want people to actually get out there and strive, Madam Speaker. You want them to try to achieve better things for themselves. And the government is sending the message, we want to pay ourselves more as ministers if the budget isn't balanced, but we want you to pay more if you strived and you've actually achieved something to benefit yourself and your family. It just doesn't seem to be in balance with the way I would look at the world and say you should be rewarding people for their hard work. You should be actually giving them incentive to go out and make better deals, to lower the prices of vehicles, to lower the prices of houses. You know, heaven forbid we see policies that would lower the price of houses and vehicles. You know how high they've gotten lately? They're expensive. And it would really be beneficial to send that message, Madam Speaker, at a very high level. And people, you know, you talk about billions of dollars. A lot of people don't get the billions of dollars. You know, it goes over their heads sometimes. You know, 10 billion for this, 5 billion for that. But you start talking about $200, $300 out of their pocket, that's when you start getting phone calls, Madam Speaker. And I know because I've been getting phone calls for 13 years now. And again, it's been an honor to be representing my constituents. So, you know, those taxes are up. There are other taxes that are up, but I'm sure some of my colleagues will bring that up because I notice already I've got 20 minutes gone and I still haven't done maybe 1/10 of what I was going to talk about. So I'll just skip to other things. So the deficit is up. And the deficit being up, as I said, an uncertain budget and uncertain time, I don't believe is a very good idea. And the reason why is if we continue to increase the deficit, which we have structural deficit now for the next 3 years as projected in here, and we have no incentive to return to a balanced budget because we are not penalizing ministers for putting forward an unbalanced budget for the whole province, then what we are doing is we are limiting our abilities, Madam Speaker, to adjust to all these uncertainties that we will be facing as a province and as an economy. And, you know, when I was teaching business for 9 years at Okanagan College, Okanagan School of Business, I had a very interesting thing that always came back from my students is they would present me with strategic plans. They'd come up with big documents, actually thick like this, big documents, strategic plans showing how their business was going to be doing. And frequently, Madam Speaker, it was a hockey stick. Their graphs were hockey sticks. In other words, they would show the past, one number, the next number, the next number, the next number, and then here's where we are today, and then their projection would be, oh, and now we're going up, the hockey stick, right? Straight line down, but now we're going up because we've taken over. And I would point out to them that's probably a little unrealistic. Well, it's the same thing we have in this budget, Madam Speaker. You can look on page 4, right smack at the beginning, interest bite for taxpayer-supported debt, going down, 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 all through those wonderful 16 years that we were in government. And then all of a sudden in 21, 22, the hockey stick kicks in, and we see debt going up. Interest bite for taxpayer-supported debt. Now, that's before interest rates go up, Madam Speaker. Watch what happens when interest rates start going up, and they have to, because we have the inflation coming in. And if inflation is at 5 or 6% this year, you can be sure that interest rates are going to be going up, according to the pundits. And again, I would say that these are things that we have to watch out for. Taxpayer-supported debt to GDP ratio. Right now, the budget estimate is 20%. It goes on to 21.8% and then just shy of 23% at the end of the hockey stick. Taxpayer-supported debt to revenue, 111%. Next year, 123%. The year after that, 130%. Again, these aren't good things. Over the past number of years, before this government took over, we were able to take the subprime mortgage crisis and the recession and pay off our debts and provide the capacity for the current government to do the good work that they got elected to do. And now it's really important, Madam Speaker, because of all the uncertainty in the world, to make sure that we continue to watch where our spending is going. And we can do that if we plan properly. So we also have other notable areas, but I'm going to take the 6 minutes that I have left, Madam Speaker, just to bring attention to a few things that, in particular, some of my local constituents have asked me to bring forward. And one is, and I'll just read verbatim, I'm writing to you on behalf of my family, who at the end of this month will be homeless due to the shortage of rental housing in Kelowna. You can probably read this in many places around the province. Something needs to be done. I understand and see that there has been numerous housing complexes built over the last few years. However, the size of these units are very limited and the rental prices are unreal. We have excellent long-term employment with likely above average income, excellent references. However, our credit needs a little improvement. If we are to apply for a mortgage, we would likely not be approved. So that is why we are renting instead of purchasing, and we have been denied on some rental applications due to our credit, which isn't right. Anyone doing a credit check on you for any reason should be a lender, not a rental agency that does not report to the Credit Bureau. The ability to do a credit check as a factor on whether or not you qualify for a rental property should not be allowed. We hope that there will be changes in the near future as the working class citizens of Kelowna will no longer be able to live here due to the affordability and availability of housing, and businesses will struggle to find employees even more so than they're experiencing right now. Again, Madam Speaker, something that we could address in this budget. I hope it is addressed in this budget, and as we go through the estimates process, I'm sure we'll get more meat on the bone and see whether this particular issue has been handled in the budget for our constituent. Another item, Madam Speaker, is the need for medians, and I've already spoken to the Minister of Transportation on this. That's no surprise, but the need to finish the medians between Kelowna and Lake Country. When we were in government, we built the medians between Kelowna and Vernon, and we left a little strip unmedianed. I don't know if that's a word, but I'll put it in there. Unmedianed, Madam Speaker, between the airport and Lake Country because of all the ins and outs and traffic. And at the time, the accident rate in that area was really low. Well, last year we had a fatality on that area, Madam Speaker, and it's time we finish the job of putting the medians in. And I would just hope that the money is in the budget for that to be done. And again, during estimates, we'll find out. Another one, Madam Speaker, is to fix the Glenmore Road, Beaver Lake Road, Highway 97 intersection. That is something I know the City of Kelowna, as well as the District of Lake Country, and as well as the province, have been putting their mind to. So I want to make sure those funds are in the budget as well, Madam Speaker. And again, through estimates, we'll have a look at that. And the last one in transportation is the Highway 97 and Crystal Waters intersections. We have a need there. I understand that the studies have been done. The ministry is supportive of it. We just have to make sure that there's money in the budget to deliver on that priority. And lastly, Madam Speaker, if I don't go through all the other things I want to talk about, is the priorities for the City of Kelowna. Now, the City of Kelowna currently has 3 MLAs advocating for it. And we work really well together. We actually call ourselves Team Okanagan. Enjoy that. And we have the broader Team Okanagan, of course, and I think you're included in that, Madam Speaker, along with the other members in the BC Liberal Caucus that are in the Okanagan. And because of that, these particular issues, while they would help Kelowna directly, would have a big impact for all the area of the interior. And they are complex care housing, a Kelowna Community Campus, that in particular is a Parkinson's Rec Center, Transit Operations Center, retroactive pay for the RCMP for all the work that they've done, estimated at about $12 million. and money for climate action to support the work that the City of Kelowna has been doing. And lastly, Madam Speaker, in the 2 minutes that I have left or less, is I want to advocate for our schools. When I look at the budget, I see a lot of references to spending all across British Columbia, in particular in the Lower Mainland. And I understand the population is in the Lower Mainland, and therefore, a big chunk of the money should get there. But the only thing I found in the budget, in the large items in capital, Madam Speaker, for the Okanagan, was a student housing project at Okanagan College. I didn't see anything in here for schools, or for big highway projects, or any other large project, Madam Speaker. Now, I know the budget is quasi a political document, but I certainly hope that this is not indicative of where the government thinks it can spend money and where it can't spend money for political reasons. Because I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that we have a great need for all kinds of investment, just like everyone else does in this legislature, but in particular in schools. Rutland Middle School is a very old school. I've had so many ministers of education come through and see it that I've lost count. I would really, on behalf of my constituents, hope that somewhere in here there's money to replace Rutland Middle School. We also need new schools in Glenmore, both elementary and high schools, Madam Speaker. We need a new school in West Kelowna, which I understand might be announced pretty soon. And I know that signal when you take your mask off, because I used it for over a year. I only have 15 seconds left, and I will not give you the pleasure of cutting me off. I will say, Madam Speaker, thank you again to the people of Kelowna Lake Country for providing me with this privilege of representing them, and to the Premier and Cabinet, please remember the needs of the Central Okanagan in this budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and welcome to the Chair, and congratulations on your election as the Assistant Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak to the budget. Let me begin by thanking the Minister of Finance and her team, who have labored long and hard to put this budget together. In the last 2 years, British Columbians have been challenged, as I think we're all aware, and still absorbing, in ways that we've never imagined. Investments that our government made helped us through this difficult time. Some would have us roll back those investments and cut programs that would hurt those getting back on their feet and halt our economic recovery. Budget 2022 is making life better by building on our economic, environmental and social strengths. We're fighting climate change and protecting people from climate-related disasters. We've significantly reduced the cost of childcare, helping families with the cost of living. We've delivered a comprehensive approach to respond to and prevent homelessness. We're closing the digital divide and growing an inclusive and sustainable economy. We're strengthening healthcare and the public services British Columbians rely on. We're building on our strengths to help us prepare for the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. And I would support what the member for Kelowna Lake Country said, that these are uncertain times. Certainly, the outbreak of war in Europe today really signals and heightens that awareness of just how challenging the future looks to not only us here, but to the citizens of British Columbia and indeed citizens around the world. But here in British Columbia, with this budget, we are building a stronger society by putting people first. We're reducing the average childcare cost to $20 a day, and we're on the road to $10 a day. Maybe not as fast as some would wish, but we're on the road in that direction. And 40,000 new spaces. $3.2 billion to build a better healthcare system, a stronger healthcare system, new urgent and primary care centers, and speeding up emergency response times. Preventing and responding to homelessness, supporting youth in care, rent supplements, and 20 new complex care sites. We're building a stronger environment for our future, $1 billion in new Clean BC investments to make clean options more affordable, and $2.1 billion to build back from recent climate-related disasters and protect people in the future. We are building, in this budget, contributing to building a stronger economy. I'll talk a little bit later about some of the indices of economic strength in British Columbia that are, in some cases, records. $1.2 billion in annual funding for affordable housing, 3 times what it was in 2017. We're building the labor force of today through skills training for the jobs of tomorrow. $27.4 billion in infrastructure. That's a record high allocation for infrastructure, building schools, hospitals, and highways, and that will create an estimated 100,000 jobs. High-speed internet for 280 First Nations communities, rural and remote communities as well. And core funding to 50-plus sexual assault centers. So I think it's important to place this budget in its economic context. The budget in April 2021, the member just speaking had spoken about deficits. That budget, which was tabled two months later than typically tabled, in April 2021, projected a $9.7 billion deficit. The third quarterly report, which is the report that chronicles the progress of spending and the budget to the end of December last year, projected a deficit of $483 million. So a substantial decline in the deficit. It's to that point. There is still, well, we're halfway through the final quarter. The fourth quarter ends on March 31st, the end of the fiscal year. And what does the tables in the budget say about that? I'm just quoting from page 125, the province's operating results have improved significantly from the budget projection of a $9.7 billion deficit. However, these results are not final as there remains much uncertainty in the last quarter of the fiscal year. That's January, this month, and March. And as a result, the forecast allowance is unchanged at $1 billion. And that's typically a forecast allowance declines as you get closer to the end of the budget year because you have a clearer sense of what the expenditures are going to be. So given that there's, at the end of December, a $483 million deficit was projected, given that there's a $1 billion forecast allowance, it's possible, and the Ministry of Finance is understandably very prudent on these things, and they're not saying this, but I think it's possible that the budget might generate a small surplus by the end of the year. Now, I think that really is a measure of the prudence and the caution with which the budget was approached in the last budget year. The surplus that was generated is, and I think it's fair to comment, was also generated by a surplus attributable to a resurgent ICBC. The public accounts, all the revenue of Crown corporations is consolidated on the balance sheet of the government. And last year was, this fiscal year, last year was a very strong year for ICBC, a projected $1,904 million forecast in revenue. That revenue is forecast on the balance sheet. It does not accrue to the government. It is not spent by the government. So the results of this spectacular success in the remaking of ICBC form part of the number, the final number, but the people in finance, those experts there, do not expect that that will continue into the following year. It's a one-time gain, particularly on investment income. So the prudent thing to do, which is what is projected for the following years, and this budget as well, is to project a deficit. But I think we need to bear in mind just that history in order to assess whether that is likely to come about or whether, just as happened in the previous fiscal year, that deficit, projected deficit, is lowered substantially by year end. People are paying less for automobile insurance and received several rebate checks. And these are significant. The member for Kelowna Lake Country just said that in his remarks that $200 or $300 is a big deal for most people. Yesterday, the member for Kamloops North Thompson said that, or actually this morning, said that an amount of $200, which he was using as an example of an additional cost in purchasing a vehicle, was a big deal. But what did the leader of the Liberal Party say about those rebate checks? Some 500, some 400. Exactly what the member for Kelowna Lake Country, exactly what the member for Kamloops North Thompson were talking about. And he called the ICBC refund checks stupid little checks. That's what he called. Most families would welcome a check for $500. Most families would welcome a check for $300. Only someone as elitist and out of touch as Kevin Falcon could say something like that, and the members have proved it by their statements about how important those small amounts are to ordinary people. And of course, he's forgotten his history. He's forgotten that when he was in the House, the so-called climate action dividend in the 2008 budget, Carol Taylor was the finance minister, and let me quote from her budget remarks in that budget. Today we are announcing an upfront payment of $100 to every woman, man, and child in British Columbia. Yeah, 2008, that's right. Yeah, well, I'll leave that to you. You're very learned. You're very learned. The very learned. Yeah, very learned. So $100 back then was something that Kevin Falcon was a minister in the government and clearly supported it then. A stupid little check. I guess he didn't say that back then, certainly. But now when it comes to assessing the impact of the remaking of ICBC and savings that are passed on to the people of British Columbia, he attacks that process. British Columbia, the economy here is the envy of the country. Due to the exceptionally good management of the public health emergency and its impact on economic life here in British Columbia, we have achieved a level of certainty, not completely resolved yet, but relative to other jurisdictions, not only in Canada, but across North America, we have achieved a level of certainty that is encouraging business to resurge. Many British Columbians, many companies have made major investments in British Columbia during this time. And let's talk about a couple of sectors. One of the sectors would be the technology sector. The online publication BetaKit talks about what's happening in the technology sector. 2021, with nearly $4 billion in venture funding raised last year, British Columbia's tech sector reached new heights in 2021 as startups across the province proved their ability to scale. And this, I'm quoting Chris Newman from Panache Ventures. 2021 really feels like the year when BC stepped into the spotlight and took its rightful place as a major player on the global tech stage. So that's what happened last year in British Columbia. It was an increase in investment of 316% from 2020. And this was a widespread across the tech sector. It's not simply one big deal. Thinkific, an online learning company, $184 million in an IPO. Copperleaf, an asset management software company, $161 million in an IPO. Diligent Corporation and acquisition of Vancouver Galvanized for $1 billion. Deals spanned health tech, clean tech, gaming, and blockchain, with niche sectors of Web3, AR, VR, and applied AI. That's one sector, and we can see the impact of that across the economy, not simply in the Lower Mainland, but in Kelowna, but in Victoria, and other parts of the province, as the ability to work remotely has become more accepted, and many of those companies have people who are working, but yet residing across the province. Great strength in our technology sector. British Columbia, the previous speaker mentioned exports. The British Columbia economy exports were booming. BC Stats reports that exports in 2021, this is BC Stats, so quite reliable source, totaled $53.9 billion in 2021, a 36.1% increase over 2020, and the highest amount ever recorded. Highest amount ever recorded. That's goods exports from British Columbia. Exports to the United States were up by 37.9%. Exports up to China, to Japan, and South Korea. So another index of economic growth and prosperity here in British Columbia. Let me give another, I think, another revealing index of economic strength here in British Columbia. Interprovincial migration to British Columbia for the 12-month period ending on June 30th, 2021, is the largest net gain in interprovincial migration into BC in 28 years, since 1993-94, 34,277 people. And I remember in the political rhetoric of the past government, many years gone by, interprovincial migration, when people moved out of the province, was always attacked as a hallmark of economic weakness of the government. This is the biggest single gain in almost 30 years, I think, and it's fair to say, and I'm sure members opposite would agree, given the logic with which they used the statistic in the past, that it's a hallmark of economic strength. People want to be in British Columbia, and why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they want to be here? It's a great place to live. It's a great place to work. It's a great place to grow a business. And people are voting. They're coming from Alberta. They're coming from Ontario. They're coming from across Canada. And that's simply interprovincial migration. That's not immigration from abroad, international immigration. The Government of Canada has set its immigration targets for this year, 2022, at over 400,000 people. I think it's 440,000, the highest level ever. And you can be sure that many of those people around the world will want to come to British Columbia. They'll want to come here. They'll come to other parts of Canada, of course, Toronto, Montreal, Winnipeg, Calgary, but they will want to come here as well. And again, that's a measure of our economic strength here in British Columbia. Let me make a few comments about another sector, one that I'm directly responsible for in my ministry, and that is the mining sector. Again, we faced challenges in 2021, of course, but the total forecast value for mining production in British Columbia in 2021 reached an all-time high of $12.6 billion. And total exploration expenditures, that's the other side of mining, that's looking for the mines of the future, of $660 million, were near record-setting. A 50% increase over the previous year and the highest level in a decade, with growing demand around the world for metals or for minerals that play a key role in BC's low-carbon economy. Naturally, that's due in part to steep increases in the price for copper and other critical metals and minerals. And it's promising to see that explorers spent more than $218 million targeting commodities on BC's critical mineral list. Gold continues to be a principal commodity of interest here in British Columbia, with continued substantial investment by industry in 2021. And we're not simply growing the BC companies, which we are, but we're attracting international mining companies like Newcrest. It's a global mining giant based out of Australia, which is in the process of acquiring for $3.5 billion Vancouver-based Pretium Resources, the operator of the Northwest BC's Bruce Jack mine. Newcrest Managing Director and CEO Sandeep Biswas referred to Bruce Jack as a Tier 1 mine in a Tier 1 jurisdiction. That's a pretty high compliment coming from the Chief Executive Officer of one of the leading mining companies in the world, based on the knowledge of the global mining picture, complimenting British Columbia as a place to invest, and not simply to talk about investing, to actually invest $3.5 billion. Let me talk a little bit about some of the other exciting projects underway here in British Columbia. Last summer, the province enabled early works to start on Artemis Gold's Blackwater project by approving a Mines Act permit. This is the first step required for mine construction. The Artemis project is west of Quesnel and south of Vanderhoof in the Blackwater country, for those of you who are familiar with that part of the world. And Stephen Dean, the chair and CEO of Artemis Gold, put it this way: the approval of the early construction works permits is another sign that British Columbia is open for business for responsible mineral exploration and development. Again, Stephen Dean, well known in the mining world, took a company in Nova Scotia from exploration, early stage, to development, and sold it out for near $1 billion. A very experienced senior mining executive, offering that reflection on the status of British Columbia as a mining destination, as a destination to invest in here in British Columbia. Blackwater is it's a big mine. It's projected to contribute $13.2 billion to the provincial economy over the life of the mine, including $2.3 billion to provincial revenue. Our government is committed to a competitive mining sector with a focus on strong regulatory oversight, and we're proud to support continued sustainable growth in BC's mineral exploration and mining sectors. Let me talk a little bit about mining and reconciliation. Last June, our government entered into a shared prosperity agreement with the Tahltan Central Government, Iskut Band Council, and the Tahltan Band Council. This is a historic government-to-government agreement, commits both governments to accelerate negotiation of an economically oriented comprehensive reconciliation agreement and to seek federal participation in those negotiations. Turning to the Caribou region, the ministry recently approved the expansion of the Bonanza Ledge underground mine, which is near Barkerville in the Caribou, which is a partner between the Lateco Dene First Nation and Osisko Development Corporation. Chief Clifford Lebrun of the Lateco Dene First Nation said about the project, and I quote, "This partnership illustrates that First Nations and industry can work together in a good way for the benefit of both partners economically and with community growth for Wells, Quesnel, and the Lateco Dene Nation. It's more than jobs and contract opportunities or training. It's the development and growth of all three communities and all the ones in between that is important here." So this agreement, this investment, and Osisko is a company that practices ESG. It's very closely monitored by ESG investors and attracts money from many pension funds. So the standard of operation of Osisko is a very high one, and they are very proud of what they've negotiated in terms of this agreement and the impact that it will have on the region. It will bring, of course, jobs and training to support economic growth in the region. So I see I have a little bit of time left. I want to talk a little bit about a couple of other topics. One of the responsibilities of my ministry, together with that of the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change, is fighting climate change and helping build a cleaner, stronger BC for everyone by investing in the Clean BC Roadmap to 2030. That roadmap was a recent update of our climate plan, which was put forward some months ago. It builds on this budget, budget 2022, builds on the $2.3 billion allocated to date for Clean BC and provides more than $1 billion in new funding to continue existing Clean BC measures and implement new initiatives identified in the roadmap. So includes money for new operating funding to support clean transportation, energy-efficient buildings, and to support industry and communities to manage the transition to a low-carbon economy. This will mean substantial new investments in electric vehicles, clean tech and innovation, clean industry, local government climate action, and clean buildings and retrofits. The full suite of programs that's contained in the roadmap to 2030. And in this time, when we've all experienced in the last year the impact of the direct effects of climate change. There may have been doubters in the past, but those number of doubters, I think, is diminishing steadily, particularly after the heat dome, after the fires, after the floods, all attributed in large part, not entirely, but in large part to the impact of climate change on our physical landscape. Let me also talk about, Madam Speaker, if I might, our zero-emission vehicle targets, which is again a responsibility of my ministry. British Columbia is already leading North America in uptake rates of zero-emission vehicles at 13% of new light-duty vehicle sales in 2021, 5 years ahead of the original target. British Columbians have taken up the call to buy light-duty vehicles. I think some of the challenges in some respects is that dealers can't source enough vehicles to meet the demand. The budget also invests an additional $79 million to continue our Clean BC Go Electric programs and support this strong uptake. One of the key expenditures there will be expanding the charging network. One of the concerns that people have when they purchase an electric vehicle is that they will be able to predictably and reliably charge that vehicle when they travel outside of maybe the home to office or home to grocery store commute. But if they venture out beyond their normal range of commuting, will they be able to encounter reliable charging? That's essential for the growth of the EV market, and that is something that our government, together with private industry, together with the federal government, and together with municipal governments, is investing in developing an extensive, reliable charging network. And that will assist the purchase of and the growth of and the turnover of the fleet of vehicles to become zero-emission vehicles. The other thing that we're doing is we're putting money into the low-carbon fuel credit program to support the light-duty zero-emission vehicle rebates and encourage the widespread adoption of zero-emission vehicles in BC. The low-carbon fuel credit standard and the credits that result from it is one of the most significant and practical ways of reducing emissions, and it will help British Columbia meet its legislative emissions reduction targets. In fact, the program, together with California and British Columbia, are perhaps the North American leaders in this. When the federal government decided to initiate a similar program to take across the nation, they modeled themselves upon the British Columbia program. And this is not particularly a partisan issue. This is something that came about back in 2008, 2009. And the standard has developed since then. So it's somewhat discouraging to hear the member for Kamloops North Thompson speak against the low carbon fuel standard, objecting to the fact that it requires a premium to be paid to the province of British Columbia in order to have this policy that reduces, it's proven to reduce emissions, encourage sustainable economic development, and continues funding in low carbon innovation and creates good paying jobs. So that's an innovation that has existed as government policy from the previous government to our government, and it's being enhanced and supported widely, yet apparently the members opposite no longer support that. I'm not sure what the position of the new leader is, but I'm sure that we'll hear in due course should he win the by-election that he says he's going to challenge in Surrey whenever that comes. That was an interview that he gave, I think, yesterday. The other thing that it falls in in my ministry that's related to the Clean BC program is the buildings program. As you will know, buildings are an important source, significant source of emissions, and engaging energy efficiency in buildings is very important to reduce overall emissions. It's one of the biggest sources of emissions along with transportation. So I see that my time is steadily ticking down here. There's lots more that I could talk about, and I hope to get the opportunity to do that in estimates or in the question period, if that should be the wish of members of the opposition. But I want to thank members very much for the opportunity to speak briefly about Budget 2022. I, for one, will be strongly supporting the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, it brings back memories. We grew up, as a young boy, I grew up dirt poor, didn't have much. And when I finished high school, I skedaddled right out of the community I was in, and I went and I worked in the mines of northern Manitoba. And making good coin then. I think I was making $3 an hour working underground. And I got my first credit card. And I had a ball with that credit card. I racked it right up to the maximum in very short order, bought a whole bunch of things that I thought were important in life. And then, the reckoning came where I had to pay this credit card off. I wasn't making much every couple of weeks or every month. But lo and behold, I got another credit card offered to me, and I took that too. And I racked that up to the maximum. And it's a good thing, back in those days, back in the late 60s, early 70s, racking your credit card to the max was probably about $1,000 a credit card or something like that. But it didn't take me 5 years to figure out that I needed to pay it off. As soon as it was brought to my attention, I had to adjust my lifestyle and live within my means. This government, you think it'd be coming of age. It came into government in 2017, not poor, not dirt poor. It had a $3 billion surplus that it inherited when it took over the reins of government in this province. But it hasn't figured out yet that those credit cards have to be paid off. They haven't figured out that there's two sides to a ledger. There's your debit side and a credit side. And everything that we see in this budget is on the credit side. It's borrowing money to pay for a bunch of services. And there is nothing that I could see in this. And I looked high and low for this. I looked, I don't have the book in front of me here, but there was a section in there called incoming revenue or something like that, and I looked in there, and all it talked about was taxes. It didn't talk about anything else. We have a serious situation on our hands here. This government is operating under the mantra of affordability. We hear that all the time, affordable, making it affordable for the people of British Columbia, the working people of British Columbia. We're not going to raise taxes for the low and middle income folks. We're going to make life more affordable to them. And they haven't raised taxes. They've raised taxes for corporate BC. They've raised taxes for those in the higher incomes. But what they did to the low and middle income folks is they raised the cost of living for them by imposing all these 30-some different taxes, new taxes, higher taxes. And it's impacted every household in British Columbia, particularly the rental households with the high rents now that everybody's paying, the high mortgages that everybody's got, with the low interest rates that could soon change. Everybody talks about inflation. Affordability and inflation don't seem to be, they're opposite one another here. And I think that this government is probably responsible for a lot of the inflationary things that we see taking place in British Columbia. We talk about the carbon tax, and I left the figures in my office, but the carbon tax has gone up to $45 a ton. It will go up to $50 a ton. But that impacts everything that we do in British Columbia. If you want to drive to work, you're paying probably an extra $50, $100 a month to drive your vehicle back and forth to work. A little bit more up where I come from because everybody drives pickup trucks back and forth into the bush or wherever they have to go to work. But not only that, it's the groceries that we have delivered to us from the lower mainland up into the interior, hitting all the stores along the way. The groceries that are delivered from Alberta coming into the interior of the province. And we saw the impact to the supply chain, of course, when we had the disastrous floods this past fall here, that impacted the supplies in our grocery stores. But those trucks run on diesel fuel. The forklifts that load the trucks run on propane or diesel fuel. Those costs aren't borne by the trucking companies. The trucking companies don't say, okay, I guess we'll have to suck it up and keep hauling all these groceries for everybody. They're going to add it on to the cost of your lettuce, your eggs, and everything else that they haul. The low and middle income people, when they go to buy their groceries, are paying those extra costs. I had a chance to look at a fuel bill and the carbon tax on this fuel bill. This was a couple of years ago. The gas pipeline that supplies all the natural gas from northeast BC down into the lower mainland and down into the northwest United States have compressor stations. And these compressor stations operating in different areas of the province here, some of them are quite remote, are running off of these large jet engines. And they utilize a lot of the gas in these pipelines to run the compressor stations. And the carbon tax on these compressor stations was astronomical. I couldn't believe the thousands of dollars that was added to the bills for the carbon tax to run these compressor stations. And Enbridge doesn't swallow that up and say, yeah, I'm doing it for the good of all the folks in British Columbia here, or Northwest United States. They add that onto the delivery charges. So when the low-income, middle-income families look at their natural gas bills that come in every month, and they look at the delivery charges that have gone up significantly in the province, they say, holy smokes, we're going to have to turn the thermostat down in order to live here. Oh, gee, and then added onto that is the carbon tax for the gas that I'm using to heat my home. And so low and middle-income people feel that. The clothing that they buy doesn't just appear miraculously. The clothing is shipped in trucks that burn diesel. Added costs are there. The recent announcement of PST on used vehicles and finding that average price and whatnot. what's happening with British Columbians now, particularly the low and middle income folks, but I think a lot of other folks are looking at this avenue as well, is they've changed their shopping methods. The people are going to a grocery store now and they really look to see what they can buy. Can they get by with something just a little less costly that's still providing the nutrients that they need for their family? You know, so they're looking at those things. They're looking at the same thing for used cars. So all of a sudden, this government has invented a new way to capture the tax on these used cars that people are looking for to try and ease the burden of the cost of living. This new world of affordability in NDP language, it's unaffordability in everybody else's language. Like, how can you afford to live when all these taxes are going up and pushing up everything? I think the tax levels that this government has been imposing has been the impetus behind the high inflationary rates that we see here in the province. The property transfer tax is a real bonus for the folks here in British Columbia because the cost of housing has gone up so much. Government is just reaping windfalls with those taxes, but again, it's borne by the people that are paying for those houses. I want to talk a little bit about the tax structure in the province here and the money that government is investing. They've got it in the budget here. They're investing in the Broadway transit. They're investing in other transit lines in the GVRD. They're talking about, and they've talked about for years now, investing in new hospitals in Surrey and Richmond. But this goes contrary to some legislation that the NDP brought in back in the 90s. And it's the Southern BC Transportation Act. And what it was, back in the late 90s, the NDP government came in and they said, listen, you know, all you mayors, everybody living in the GVRD, what we're going to do is we're going to let you take over all the transit. You're going to be responsible for all the transit within the GVRD. You can levy taxes, fuel taxes, parking taxes. You can do all these things. You can raise money, but you guys look after transit. And if you guys do that, what we're going to do is we're going to take over all your hospital debt. And we're going to take over the responsibility that you folks have to pay hospital tax within the GVRD. And we'll look after providing you with all the hospitals that you need in the Lower Mainland. That was a great deal, but it only applied to the GVRD. So then comes 2018, and government starts making these promises on transit infrastructure in the GVRD, but they're still talking about building hospitals. And they basically took over the building of transit in the Lower Mainland. At the same time, they're still promising to build these hospitals. But I look at my riding in Prince George Mackenzie. I've got a Mackenzie hospital that's on diversion half the time because it doesn't have enough nurses and doctors to operate in there. But the Prince George Hospital is got 1950s era operating rooms that aren't big enough to accommodate the modern equipment that most surgeries need in today's world. It was slated for rebuilding back in the 1990s, the previous NDP government, and the construction was started in the 1990s. It was finished in about 2001 after the NDP government got out. But what happened in the interim was they started building and realizing they didn't have enough money, they canceled a lot of the project. We ended up going from a 400-seat hospital or 400-bed hospital to a 200-bed hospital. And that's what we have today. There's no cardiac services in that hospital. Anybody that has cardiac problems in Northern Health, the only health authority in BC, has to be flown down to St. Paul's or another hospital in the south and accommodated in that hospital and hopefully flown back. Sometimes they're not. Families have to drive down and pick them up and bring them home again back to Prince George. That's, you know, it's 850 kilometers from Prince George to Vancouver. So it's a big burden. I didn't see anything in the budget dealing with the North. I didn't see anything in the budget dealing with a lot of the infrastructure projects that we so sorely need in the North in order to make sure that all the goods and the Minister of Mines was talking about the mine near Prince George, all that stuff has to get south somehow so they can reap the $1.9 billion legacy that the government's going to get out of this. We have to beg in northern BC and rural BC for the scraps that are left on the table in order to get something for our health care, for our hospitals. And, so folks in my area, we've only got 6% of the population from Cache Creek North in BC, so we don't have many people, 300,000, 330,000 people. That's not very many people. And there's very few MLAs up there that can make the noise necessary to ensure that we get our fair share of whatever we need. The other issue that caught my attention in this, and it's caught my attention looking at the previous budget documents as well, is the major increase in public payrolls, in the public service. When we left government in 2017, I think there was something like 390,000 public service employees in the public sector. And now I think we're right around 500, maybe tipping the scales a little bit north of 500,000 in the last few years. 400,000 of those are unionized employees, so I'm sure the BCGEU and the unions are very grateful for the NDP's support on that. It's also included thousands of new folks working in government ministry offices, thousands. I think there's up to 37,000 people working in government services as well. Those come with a big price tag. Union wages, good benefits, and there's probably some wage increases expected. Perhaps not as much as the cabinet's increase of $20,000 that's coming down the pike here for them, but still a raise in the meantime. Probably not as good a raise as the Premier's Chief of Staff, another $100,000 in a year, but still raises. But this all comes out of the public purse. This all comes out of the taxpayer's wallet to support this. Now, the other vacancy that I noticed within the budget, we are a resource-driven economy in British Columbia. And the Minister for Mines and Energy and Mines referenced a little bit, but I know he skated, he didn't even talk about the petroleum side of things, the oil and gas sector, which is bigger than forestry and bigger than mining. But they did mention in the document that, forestry, I think the Minister of Forests mentioned the other day that forestry is a cornerstone of the economy in British Columbia. Forestry contributes last year about 1.9% of the overall GDP. But if it was a cornerstone of British Columbia's economy, why has government been so confusing, so obscure in their plans for forestry for the province? They've had 5 years in government now to figure out how to fix whatever is wrong with forestry and put it back on its wheels again, or come up with alternate solutions. The budget documents show that we're going to lose over $1 billion during this budget forecast period from forestry alone. $1 billion, pretty significant. So how are we going to replace those dollars, that $1 billion? What are we going to be looking at for that? The budget document also talks about mining is going to drop about 25% annually, gas and oil down 20% annually. That's revenue coming into government. That's what they use to pay for this over-bloated public service that we have in this province here, the bulging offices that we have in Victoria here. That's where a lot of these dollars have to go. But I look at, the Minister of Mines talked a little bit about some opportunities we see in mining. We have some fabulous opportunities for mining in this province. And if this government is serious about electrifying British Columbia like they've talked about, and the incentives for electric vehicles and the entire electrification process, all that stuff comes from the ground. That stuff comes from Mount Milligan. It comes from the Bruce Jack mine that the minister talked about. It comes from the Highland Valley copper. We have some pretty good copper deposits in this province, but we have to dig them out of the ground. It takes fuel to dig those out of the ground. It takes fuel to haul them down to wherever they're going to be processed. But we have them in the ground. We have the gold, we have the silver, we got all the precious metals necessary to help electrify this province. And we can put thousands of people to work doing that. The other element that the minister completely ignored that is going to be part of this electrification process is the plastic side. You know, the coverings for the wires. The vehicles that are made out of polypropylene, a lot of them nowadays with plastics in those vehicles. That comes from the propane in the liquids in the natural gas. It comes from the ethane. It comes from the butane. It comes, all the liquids that are in the natural gas are a critical part and a critical element of us doing business in British Columbia, of us electrifying British Columbia. And if you don't have that, we're not going to be electrifying, unless you plan on this is one solution, I suppose, that government might be looking at so that they can kind of wash their hands of this. The liquids that are contained, that's contained in the natural gas that's shipped through the up-and-coming Coastal GasLink line going to LNG Canada, it's a 4-foot diameter line. And it'll contain millions of dollars of these liquids that will be shipped over to Asia, wherever they might go. They'll be extracted over there, made into the components over there that we need, our water pipes, our sewer pipes, our hospital supplies. The masks that we're wearing in this room probably have some polypropylene in them. And then it's all going to be shipped back to British Columbia, and we're going to say, yes, we're electrifying the province, and we've got a clean environment, we've got this, but we let everybody else do our dirty work for us. There was a proponent in Prince George a while ago. He's very disillusioned with doing business in the province right now, and hopefully we can get some interest going there again. He talked about building a straddle plant over the existing natural gas line in British Columbia. And that straddle line, or that existing gas line, I think is a 2-foot diameter line. And his calculations indicated that he could extract $1 to $2 million worth of liquids out of that line in a day, 365 days a year. And if he took the ethane that he took out of that line and turned it into polyethylene, a polyethylene plant would employ 1,000 people. And there was enough ethylene in that line to probably have 3 plants. And then if we took the propane off of that and developed some polypropylene plants, then we would put another 1,000 people to work. But then you look at the downstream opportunities from that. If we're going to turn that into aircraft fuselage, for example, because our modern day jet planes are full of those polymers that are extracted from the propane, we could put even more people to work. And if we went to a place like Boeing, or we went to somebody like Viking Air here in Victoria and said, listen, folks, we got a deal for you. We'll help you set up here. We'll help you manufacture your aircraft here. We can build an aerospace industry in British Columbia that are second to none. We'd have an opportunity to supply the agricultural sector in Western Canada, perhaps even further than that, with the fertilizer products that would be extracted from these liquids in the natural gas as well. We cannot get along in the world without those fossil fuels. And we have them, we have a 150-year supply in the Montney Play, Dawson Creek, Fort St. John area that's available. We have transportation through the pipelines that are being built right now. We have an opportunity for major employment for anybody that wants to work in British Columbia. But this government seems to turn a blind eye to that. One of the major ingredients to having an electrified British Columbia, a major ingredient, is the ethylene, propane, polyethylene, all those products that are contained in the oil and gas that we have in the province here. I've got a few minutes left here. I did notice as I went through the budget, and you know, it's a document. It took me a couple of times to read it because to kind of sink in that there's really not much in there other than just spending money. But one of the things I noticed in this document, and I noticed it in the previous budget as well, is these massive contingencies, billions and billions of dollars in contingency. And the Minister, Energy and Mines, when he was speaking before me, was talking about how they had projected this deficit of several billion dollars, but through good fiscal management, they were able to narrow it down to only a few $million. And so therefore, we are great money managers. And I look at that and I said, that's a pretty good way of doing it. You know, if I went back to my credit card companies a long time ago and I'd say, I'm gonna make $5,000. So if you give me a $5,000 credit card or $10,000, I'm gonna make $10,000, and you give me a $5,000 credit card or whatever, and then at the end of the day I can pay that $5,000 off, or it just doesn't make any sense. So I'm looking at this budget now, and I think it's like $10 billion in contingencies that we have piled up, taking us into 2025. That's a lot of money. And I know that we're going to be looking at things like fire mitigation and the wildfire, the work that we do there, and flood mitigation work that's going to take a lot of money. But this is pretty handy. It's either two things. Is the motivation to say at the end of the day, look here, ladies and gentlemen of British Columbia, we have done a tremendous job managing this budget, and instead of this $5 or $10 billion deficit that we were projecting, we're only in the hole maybe $1 billion or a few $1 million. So we have looked after the money on your behalf very well. Thank you very much. The other thing is, perhaps we have an election in 2024, and that might give them a little bit of wiggle room to offer a few incentives to the public during that period of time, and say, we're pretty good. We're going to be building this, and of course, this government has a track record of saying when they're going to build something, it does take us a long time. We're still waiting for something, the Fraser River crossing at the Massey Tunnel. We're still waiting for the Surrey Hospital. We're still waiting for the Richmond Hospital. We're still waiting for a number of things that have been promised over this 5-year period of time and have been re-announced time and time and time and time again. But maybe it'll happen. Maybe it will happen at the end of the day that we will see some of these major infrastructure projects completed or started. Maybe we'll see more than a few homes started for to address the serious homelessness issue that we have and the supply side of things. It's easy to talk about building 114,000 homes, but it's, as this government is finding out, it's another bit to try and get people to live in them, because there's quite a gap in there. So, Mr. Speaker, it's the budget is very heavy on the borrowing side, very heavy on the promise side, much like this government has been doing for the last 5 years. I don't say anything different there. The public is not well served by a budget like this. The low and medium income folks are carrying the costs, the added costs that this government has put on top of industry, has put on top of retail, has put on top of transportation, has put on top of anybody that offers any level of service to the public that these people will take advantage of. And these people will just, they're going to be broke, and they'll continue to be broke as long as this government carries on in the kind of fashion that they have here right now. So I look forward to the estimates. I know there's a couple of things that I want to pop the hood open during estimates on flood mitigation under the Emergency Program Act. Wildfires, forestry, I'm really looking forward to coming down the pike here. So hopefully we'll all be enlightened. I'll look forward to the speeches that my rest of the colleagues make. And hopefully the members of the government side will be standing up and giving some enthusiastic speeches in support of this budget, if they can drum any enthusiasm up. In light of what the budget looks like here, but I look forward to it coming down the pipe, so thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister for Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you very much. Well, there's the enthusiasm the member was looking for, but it may continue, it may not, I'm not sure, but I'm just honored to be able to stand here for the first time from this seat to address legislation, and I guess if it was hockey, I'd keep the puck. But I'm really pleased to be able to stand here and see you all. from this vantage point. You're all in front of me, so that's good. I just want to start by acknowledging that I represent the territories of the Sisha, the Tla'amin, the Squamish, the Klahoose, Hamalko, and other First Nations who have shared agreements and territory on the beautiful Sunshine Coast, just on the interior. We can see Vancouver Island from my riding, and it's just an honor to represent the people and the place, and it's a pleasure to be able to stand here and respond to the budget debate, offer my words of obvious support for a job well done by the Minister of Finance, by her colleagues, by the caucus, by the public service, and I think we owe them a debt of gratitude, and thank them for putting the interests of people of this province at the forefront of their mind as they came up with the plans for stewarding our economy and the province. I think we are in good hands with the minister, with the leadership of this government, and I think this budget reflects that solid leadership. And I just want to also take just a moment to acknowledge the passing of the Hewus, the sister of Hewus, Warren Paul, and Sechelt, and acknowledge Laurie Dixon for the wonderful community spirit she brought, for her service on the school board, and for her presence in the community, lighting people's lives with her simple presence in the community and her contribution. This is Budget 2022, and I think it's one that finally puts the interest of people right at the forefront. Like other budgets of this government, it carries on to ensure that the needs of British Columbians are addressed and are met. On this sad day in history with the aggression shown by Russia against Ukraine, it reminds us all of the importance of preserving the institutions of democracy that keep us strong and keep us safe and allow for opportunities for healthy debate, differences of opinion, even strong differences of opinion, but ultimately, at the end of the day, we are all here to ensure that British Columbians' lives are improved by the stewardship we offer. And one of the things that that makes me pleased to be on this side of the House when listening to a budget speech is to recognize that the values that are being spoken of are the ones that we share. We share the need to ensure that the most vulnerable in our society are cared for, that our economy is operating to the best ability of the circumstances of the time, and that we address the needs of British Columbians as they come up. And now I just wanted to mention that I've heard some criticisms about the need for spending money, and the reflection of some members on using a credit card in a way that was perhaps immature at the time for that member. I think that when you look back at the year we've just come through, no better reasons for ensuring that we strengthen our resilience can exist than the experiences we've lived through. And if it's an opportunity to invest in wildfire protection, in flood prevention, and ensuring that our healthcare system and our education system meets the needs of today and tomorrow, I think those are valuable and worthy expenditures, and certainly justifiable in all circumstances that we've seen in this budget. We need to make sure that we look after people. We need to make sure that that those who are without a home can find a place. For those that are without hope and struggling with addiction and mental health issues, find a place and know that their government has them in their heart. And I think of the people that I used to work with and many of them have succeeded well in life. As a social worker, I came across young people who, through circumstances not of their making, found themselves in challenging situations with difficulty in accessing the kinds of supports that they needed in order to be successful. And not every one of them has made it. Not every one of them has succeeded. And not because of the presence or lack of support services in our province, but possibly somewhat related to those. And I am so pleased that we're not in a situation where we are seeing cuts to programs and services that the opposition is proposing we would have to do. I'm so glad that we don't have Falcon Liberals talking about cuts to child welfare services, that we don't have the Falcon Liberals talking about cuts to education, to advanced education, to social development. We saw a government back in the 2001 to 2017 that prided itself on cutting services to the most vulnerable, or not offering them in the first place. You know, taking over the helm of a ministry like social development and poverty reduction is certainly an honor. And the gains that we have made need to be protected and need to be strengthened, and this budget does that. We saw for 16 years minimal increases in social assistance rates or rates for people living with a disability. In fact, in the 10 years leading up to the thankful change in government, we saw 0 increases to social assistance, 0 increases to disability rates. And since becoming government, we have seen an increase not once, not twice, but 3 times. And the most recent, the largest single increase in supports to people who need financial assistance in this province. This is something that the other side would never have even contemplated and would have probably preferred to remain at the rates that they had in 2006, unchanged since 2006. And so I'm pleased to say that while there is always more work to do in reducing poverty, and there's always more work to do to ensure that people have access to the things that they need in life, we are making strides in the right direction. And it doesn't worry me, but it shocks me that members of the opposition would talk about the need to make cuts when we're dealing with major health crises, environmental crises, and they're talking about how we have to tighten our belts. We need to look after the people of this province, Mr. Speaker. We need to ensure that the resilience that will take us through future crises is put in place. And that's what this budget does. That's what this budget does. It ensures that with the challenges that lie ahead, whatever they may be, that we'll be more prepared than ever. And that's a responsible government's position, to take what we see before us and plan to ensure that we are capable of overcoming the challenges that we are likely to face. Whether it's the making the wildfire service a year-round organization that works on prevention, to ensuring that we have better flood predictions and river monitoring. Those are things that ensure that we can be better prepared for future challenges, environmental challenges. I've talked to colleagues about their, what strikes them as what I would say, for lack of a better term, what's their favorite part of the budget. To me, the parts of the budget that are important to me are obviously those that deal with assisting people who are in need of our help. We are a rich province. We have resources, human resources, natural resources that help us to create a living quality of life that is the envy, if I may say, of many people around the world. And in order to steward that well, we need to ensure that everybody in our society is looked after. And so one of the things, having been a social worker, I noted with pleasure that our government is thinking about the transition of youth to adulthood, and youth who are in the care of the province. We are their parent. We have to ensure that they have the right skills and abilities and that their needs are met as they transition to adulthood. The fact that almost 50% of former youth in care experience homelessness at some time in their life is a call for government to step in. It is necessary that we respond as government. We can't be looking at, well, whether this is a good idea based on finances alone, but it is. It's most important based on our care for young people and our care for their success and our interest in them achieving their goals. So Budget 22, just to be specific, provides $35 million over the next 3 years to change the situation I just mentioned by supporting youth beyond their 19th birthday to decrease the risk of them becoming homeless. And I know that the opposition isn't going to point out the things that they find that they can support in this budget. They will find a few things that they can grab onto to try and characterize government in a certain way. And I only know this because I happen to sit on that side for some 12 years, and I've sat through many budget speeches, and I've found reasons to criticize government. And I have to say, in many cases, my fears and my displeasure were well placed. And that started in 2005. In 2005, we were in opposition. We were arguing ferociously for the restoration of oversight to the child welfare system. And I'll point out, it was the Falcon Liberals that took away all oversight of the child welfare system. It was the Falcon Liberals who cut budgets of the Ministry for Children and Families. 11% cut in one fell swoop. And it was the Falcon Liberals who decided that regulations were bad. In fact, it was Kevin Falcon himself, as the minister responsible for deregulation, that gave an award to the Ministry for Children and Families for cutting regulations the fastest. What was the impact of that, members? What was the impact of that? I can tell you what the impact of that was. I was a social worker and I was hired by the government to review the case of a child who was placed in care and who died. That was my introduction to the impacts of the Liberal cuts. That was my introduction, full-face introduction to the impacts of unthinking policies simply for the sake of cutting. 11% from the budget and deregulation sprint award for the Ministry for Children and Families. And that has motivated me to continue working for better policy, for better oversight of the child welfare system, for better programs and services for those who are vulnerable in our province, and we can't go backwards. So I'm pleased to see that the Ministry for Children and Families is continuing their investment in shoring up the services for children and youth with support needs, an important process that will make the system better for all families. And I would say that an all-party committee, including the member for Skeena, including the former member for Parksville, including the member for the leader of the Green Party, they were on that committee. Well, some didn't show up. But we as a committee unanimously said that the system as it stands needed to be fixed. And that was a unanimous committee recommendation. And when I hear discussions around the importance of committees, they're important if we pay attention to the things that we look into. and they're important. Now we see suddenly what we learned in our province-wide consultation, listening to hundreds of families, care providers, service providers, nonprofits across the province. We should listen to what they said. And we shouldn't try to wedge an issue as if they weren't part of that decision-making process. There were members of the opposition on that committee. I chaired that committee. I heard the submissions, and I know what we came up with in terms of our findings. And to see that change just for political interest, for political points, it's troubling. But the committee was a useful committee, and it informs public policy, and that's good. And I was honored to be a part of that. And I'm pleased to see that our budget reinforces the findings that we found, and as well as other findings of the representative and others, to invest in improving our child welfare system. And I think that's an important step. We are investing in supporting people experiencing homelessness like never before. Budget 22 provides $170 million to begin implementation of enhanced response to homelessness. And we've seen governments making great effort with great success, but we acknowledge that the work has to continue. We don't sit and rest on our laurels. We know the work has to continue. We won't stand with pride and talk about, success in achieving all our goals as long as there are homeless people, as long as there are children at risk, as long as we're at risk for natural disasters. We need to be resilient in all of those sectors. And that's why I'm really pleased that this budget addresses those issues. We have partners in our work too. We do have partners. We have partners in the federal government offering support to our budget by providing rent supplements of up to $600 to help people access market housing. By 24-25, more than 3,000 clients will be supported through the program. And that's a start. That's a very significant start, and one that I will encourage our government to continue pursuing. Funding of $4 million for people who are living in homeless encampments around the province. I risk getting a little bit too emotional on this, but when you know people who are homeless personally, and when you've known them for years, and you see programs and services being put in place now that would have perhaps saved their lives, you can't help but be grateful, knowing that finally some attention is being paid to the circumstances they found themselves in. And there are men and women on the street now who are loved by family members somewhere, by friends somewhere, who desperately hope that the programs and services we can offer will give them the hand that they need. Maybe it's a handout, something to help them survive the challenging time that they're going through. And so I think of the, improving the oversight of recovery homes, expanding our treatment bed system for youth and for adults, of offering navigators to help with getting through the system. Those are so essential. And it gives me a lot of satisfaction to know that the Ministry of Social Development is going to expand the number of community integration specialists that are part of the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. And those community integration specialists, for those who aren't familiar, are people who work on the front lines of this ministry and have heroically through the last couple of years of the pandemics and the floods and the fires and the heat dome. These are people who go out into the community to ensure that those who don't come for services still know that they're available. So community integration specialists are going to help individuals, whether they're struggling with mental illness, addictions, head injury, trauma. These are, or if they're simply experiencing living in encampments or deep poverty, they're going to help connect people to the programs and services that exist in this province. And that is so essential because we need to ensure that the supports are there for those who may not always have the ability to make the right decision right at the right moment. Community integration specialists connect individuals to the supports they need, whether they're financial supports, health supports, or other supports. Instead of these silos, we have community integration specialists who will link up those silos and create pathways between the program, the people delivering the programs. And I think that is going to have a significant impact on individuals receiving services from the province. And you know, we heard the story of one individual in the north who wasn't on social assistance and wasn't aware of their ability to access services. And when a community integration specialist came across this gentleman at a soup kitchen, suggested that maybe he wanted to apply, unaware of the supports that existed in this province. And he wondered if he was allowed to use the money was provided just to get a haircut. And just, it was a touching story and one that really underscored to me the importance of establishing human connections and maintaining those human connections. And I think that community integration specialists can do that as a constant person in that individual's life. They may not be homeless, they may be homeless, but that community integration specialist would work with them as their life may change, as their lives may change for the better. It may be to connect them to housing opportunities, rental housing opportunities, jobs, healthcare, the things that create strength in our communities. We all know that there are individuals with complex needs that whose needs are not necessarily met in our traditional supportive housing concept, so we are going to be implementing complex supportive care. And I think all British Columbians, whether they know people who are homeless or not, recognize that it's a sign of a strong society, one that looks after those who are vulnerable. So I'm very pleased that that program is being expanded. Our support for the implementation of Accessible BC Act and the member for Chilliwack as Parliamentary Secretary for Accessibility, and Spring Hawes, who was in the House yesterday, co-chair a committee that is designed to identify barriers that exist in our society, barriers for full inclusion in our communities, and to create standards to eliminate those barriers. And I look forward to that work being done, and I'm thankful for the $3 million contribution to that effort, which will be ongoing over a number of years as we identify what sectors need standards created first, the prioritization of those standard development. And so that is another area that I'm very pleased that my ministry can oversee that going forward. One social program that was a creation of, really a creation of government in 2017 was our childcare program. And I just am so pleased. I don't have children. I know people who do, and I was one. There is a great need for our economic strength to have a childcare system that meets the needs of parents, that is affordable, that has quality, and that is available. And this social program obviously takes time to fully implement, and we are well on our way to achieving our goals. Nothing happens overnight, but the creation of more childcare spaces and more affordable childcare spaces benefits communities across the province, including those on the Sunshine Coast. And so the work of the Minister of State for Childcare, which will soon be moving into the Ministry of Education from Ministry for Children and Families, deserves a lot of credit for that success. Parliamentary Secretary for Community Development and Nonprofits. She has been working very hard with nonprofits to ensure that they too come out of the pandemic in a way that they can remain resilient. And the announcement of $30 million to support nonprofits was welcome in communities across the province, wherever nonprofits exist. And so Budget 2022 is a sound and important statement of the priorities of this government to support people, to continue in our efforts to make British Columbia more affordable. I noted with some bemusement that one member suggested that inflation was caused by provincial policy. Now, that's, I think sometimes there are some localized causes for certain economic situations to occur, but I believe we see inflation broader than simply in British Columbia, but it's something that we need to be paying attention to. Supply chain issues need to be something we are paying attention to. Ensuring that we have the workforce necessary for the thousands of jobs that are coming is something that we need to invest in. This isn't the time to say, as members of the opposition say, don't spend money. We want to make sure we have enough nurses for the future. We want to make sure we have enough tradespeople for the future. And to ensure that we do, we need to invest in the programs and the training system that exists for people choosing those careers. One member wants to talk, and I have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. So I'll say, when they talk about affordability, they don't mention MSP going up all the time under their watch. They don't mention ICBC insurance going up under their watch. They don't mention the tolls on the bridges or in some cases, 100% increase in ferry fares. There are 4 ferries in Powell River Sunshine Coast. 4 ferries can't be wrong. But when their fares go up by over 100%, you know that that was a government. That was a Liberal government that didn't care much for residents of ferry-reliant communities. And that was Falcon. 104% for the Texada ferry, increase in fares. I'm glad to say we reduced those fares. We got rid of the tolls. We got rid of the MSP. We fixed ICBC. And we're just getting started. So thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And with that, I take my seat.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak here today. And I apologize for not being able to be there in person. I do like the idea of being able to be in the legislature and be able to deliver these speeches in person. It loses something when you're doing it remotely. We've had to do that for the last number of years because of the pandemic, and I'm in a situation today where I'm fortunate that we can still do this. My father-in-law is in palliative care, and so I'm working with my wife to look after what we can for the family. And so it is a blessing to be able to be here at home delivering this as opposed to being in Victoria. Budget 2022 touched on a lot of things, and which it's interesting. Lots of spending, lots of deficits, huge debt. But I want to tell a bit of a different story. And I want to start, I think, with talking a little bit about healthcare. I was in a situation, and I was very blessed during the pandemic in that my parents, my dad passed away on January 2nd of this year. We're in a situation where we could look after them at home. And so we were able to be there with them. We were able to be there when my mom celebrated her 100th birthday on December 30th. We were able to be there, through Christmas. We were able to be there with them when my niece got married this past summer. We were able to be there with them when his first great-grandchild was born over this past year, because we were able to look after him at home. There are so many people who, over this pandemic, were not able to have family. They were in care. They were not able to have visitors. And I think, quite frankly, we made a mistake through that period of time. And I know we're trying to protect people from being sick, but there were tools that we could have been using. When I get a story from a constituent of mine whose grandfather was in a facility in Smithers who had a fall and was lying on the floor, and the care worker that was there was not qualified to do a lift to get him off the floor, so they had to call an ambulance. The family was standing outside of the window for an hour or longer, watching the care aide trying to make their grandfather as comfortable as possible lying on a floor until an ambulance could arrive. The previous speaker talked about quality of life and the envy of the world. That is not the envy of the world. That is shameful. And that's on this government's watch. That's on the policies that were brought in. The government can say, well, we were following the orders of the public health officer. Other jurisdictions didn't do that. Other jurisdictions had other rules. Government plays a role in looking after people. Government needs to step up and understand that they made some mistakes here. The divisions that are being created in our society today are on government's head. And it's not a pleasant thing to see. I get letters and calls daily from parents that can't go and watch their kids play sports, from children who are being teased and are hearing the conversations about the fact that their parents aren't allowed to be there. These divisions in our society are not healthy. It's why, quite frankly, the Great Barrington Declaration was put forward and is now signed by close to 1 million people. It was put forward by doctors and professionals in the field because they recognize the damage that could be done from the divisions that we can create in society. Now, fortunately, we're starting to see these restrictions lift. I think government, quite frankly, should have had a clear time frame for being able to remove these things so that people can start moving on. But these divisions that are created now are going to be very hard to heal, especially in communities of mine in the Nechako Lakes. Talking about, the quality of life being the envy of the world, I want to stay with healthcare for a minute. There were some surveys that were done just recently out of the 12 or 11 Commonwealth countries, we rank 9th out of 11. That's not the envy of the world. 9th out of 11 when it comes to access. And when equity and healthcare outcomes are considered, we rank 10th out of 11. 10th out of 11. The only country that's worse was the United States. Yet we don't seem to be willing to have a conversation about why we are ranked so poorly. Government says they're putting more money into healthcare, and that's good. I'm happy they're doing that. We certainly need more professionals working in the system. But let's look at what other jurisdictions are doing and why we're ranked so low. Let's not stand up and pump our chest and say we got the best in the world, because we don't. We need to be doing things, and government needs to be able to actually admit that there are problems that need to be solved, and it can't be solved just with putting money at it. It has to be a comprehensive look at what other jurisdictions are doing and being able to have an open and honest conversation about healthcare, because we don't seem to be willing to do that. And that's really a shame. It's not something to be proud of. That's something to be shameful of, that we're not willing to even have the conversation about how we can improve that system for the people of this province. Now, having been engaged with the healthcare system, I can tell you, the professionals that are in there, the nurses, the doctors, everyone that is in there is doing the best they possibly can. But as the previous speaker from Prince George Mackenzie noted, when you're talking about equitable healthcare and quality of life, we desperately need a cardiac treatment facility in Prince George. We need a new surgery tower in that hospital in Prince George. And it's not even on the radar in this budget. People are having to be flown out if they can get out. A friend of mine just this past year had a problem. He needed surgery. He was on the verge of dying, desperate, and the doctors were desperate, but they could not get a hospital bed for him down at St. Paul's. And he had to wait 8 days before he finally was able to get down to St. Paul's to get service. That's our healthcare system that needs improvement. Those are the examples that we need to be thinking about when we're talking about spending money on healthcare. But moving on from healthcare, I want to talk a little bit about my riding. And my riding is predominantly, forestry is probably 43% of the economic activity. Mining is probably a third. Agriculture is a significant component. And there's a smattering of tourism and manufacturing and other things that comprise the economic activity in my riding. But this government doesn't seem to care about any of those sectors. Let's talk about forestry for a second. With the approach that this government is taking, the uncertainty that's created by this government, the delays, the time frames, the real challenges, and the fact that we are now by far the highest cost producer in North America. Analysts are saying that this province is uninvestable. It is uninvestable. Companies will not look at investing in this province. Furthermore, they're looking at the assets, the forestry assets in this province, and saying they're being evaluated at zero. They're being evaluated at that because it's uninvestable. How do you sell an asset? The companies that grew up in this province, that helped to build this province, are all taking their investments, moving south of the border. They're moving to Alberta. They're moving to Ontario. They're moving to Quebec. They're moving to Europe because they've got obligations to meet their productions, but they can't look at investing in British Columbia. And this budget talked about, I think it was 500 million or 600 million that's been invested in the forest sector over the last 5-6 years. That is not a lot of money. You take 150 million out from the Sands Group and the other 35 million out from the Klasnikov in terms of those investments. And then you look at the forest sector across the province, that money equates to barely enough in the maintenance costs of the mills to keep them running. That's it. Nobody's looking at investing. Where are the secondary manufacturing? This government for the last 5 years has been talking about value added. And we need to get more value instead of volume. Where's the investment in value added? Zero. It's not happening. Except for the Sands Group investment, it's just not happening. And in fact, the value added sector is out saying that the moves that this government is making is going to hit them the hardest in the thousands upon thousands of job losses that this government is inflicting on the forest industry. Thousands of job losses. To the member who previously spoke, go to one of the people that have lost a job recently in the forest sector and talk to them about how their quality of life is doing and how it's the envy of the world. When you're talking about small communities and rural communities across this province, and you're talking about somebody who's lost a job there, it's more than just losing a job. Where are they going to get a replacement job? Yeah, you're going to provide some training, but there isn't the type of heavy industry that's happening in the area for them to get a job. So they're going to start looking where? Out of province, because there certainly isn't the big job pool anywhere else in this province in terms of the types of industries that they're used to working in. What does that mean? That means a coach is gone from a small community. That means support for a team is gone. That means donations to food banks, to other support services is gone from the community. That means the family attached to that's gone. That means the other jobs, the 2 times multiplier in that community are gone. Just this past week, Canfor announced they're shutting down one of their lines at the Plateau Mill in Vanderhoof, losing 70 jobs. The 2 times multiplier, that's close to 200 people, 200 families in a small community of Vanderhoof that are impacted. And why? Because of government policy, not based on science, government policy to pander to the environmentalists. That's it. They're intentionally harming families and workers, people who built this province, people who contribute to our quality of life, because they've targeted the environmental vote and they think that they can just sacrifice a forestry job. That is unacceptable. As any government, that's not good government. That's not helping the people of the province. Go sit down and talk to those workers about what that policy is. Explain to them why that environmental vote in the next election is more important than their job or their community or their family. So you've had this devastation, quite frankly, that has happened to this forest sector, even in the budget. The budget is saying there's going to be $1 billion in revenue lost in terms of stumpage revenue to the province over the life of this this budget. Think about what that represents. The economic activity across the province to generate $1 billion in revenue to the Crown. That's just being thrown away because this government wants an environmental vote. Not because of science, not because it's good forest management policy. As a matter of fact, it goes against good forest management policy. It goes against the fact that this province has more land certified by the highest industrial or the highest international standards than any other jurisdiction in the world. We do forestry better than anywhere else. So why are we doing this? The Premier's worried about a protest in his riding, and this government is pandering to the Sierra Club, as has been proven through the FOI work that is being done through resource works. Very sad. So you look at a riding like mine, and that's the future of the forest sector. It's looking pretty bleak. So I think, well, okay, maybe there's opportunities in mining. Maybe some of those jobs could be made up in the mining sector. There hasn't been a new mine open in this province in 5 years. There hasn't been a new mine unstarted construction in this province, I should say, in 5 years. 5 years. We've had record high copper prices, record high gold prices. We're not seeing the investment. Why aren't we seeing the investment? Because there is a lack of confidence to invest in British Columbia. You sit down as a board and you're looking at investing $1.5 billion on building a new mine. The board asks, What's your certainty? What's your payback period? What is the volatility? Does it make sense to be doing this? What's your cost structure? Well, we're one of the highest cost structures. We've got an incredible amount of uncertainty and a volatile government environment that's changing policies on the fly. Boards say, we can invest elsewhere. Why would we want to put that money at risk without the potential for return? So we have not seen the investment. And yes, we might get one or two here. And I'm very hopeful that the Blackwater project in my riding is going to actually start some construction this summer. That would be good. That would be a nice large gold mine that could potentially bring 1,000 jobs into the area. That would be huge. But we're yet to see whether a shovel goes in the ground or not for a project like that. What has this government done to try to encourage the mining sector? You think about it. We want to have electric vehicles. We want to electrify the grid. We want to advance the green economy and the green agenda. We need 5 to 10 times more copper than we're producing today. We need the base metals. We need mining to be able to meet that. And this government seems to just shun it. They're not trying to encourage it. They're not trying to find ways to make it happen. The only way it happens is if people can jump through the incredibly tough hoops that this government has set up through the environmental process and through the other bureaucratic processes and the huge costs associated with it to even have a chance. And then they've got to convince their board to invest in a regime or in an area that, quite frankly, does not have certainty. It's sad. If we don't see any new mines created in this province by 2040, we'll be down to only 5 operating mines. How is that improving the quality of life in this province? You look at the overall cost structure in this province, and it's not just the cost for forestry or mining, but even for the agriculture sector. Fertilizer costs are going up, transportation costs are going up dramatically, the cost of fuels, and they're price takers. They're not price makers. It's making it very, very challenging for the agriculture sector in my area, which is predominantly cow-calf operations and some feedlots, a little bit of dairy. But it's very challenging because those costs are going up. And the costs within government and the regulations and the challenges. Just look at the huge challenge that is just to register a well. And the fact that there's only, 20% of the well owners in this province, 25% of the well owners in this province that have actually registered, and the deadline is March 1st. What is this government doing? Are they going to say to these people, no, they can't water their animals because of these well restrictions? What's the government doing to solve these problems? They don't care. They don't seem to care. And that's a real shame. So you've got a forest sector that has been thrown under the bus by this government. You've got a mining sector that's screaming to be able to do investment in this province, and the government seems to be throwing every roadblock they can. You've got an agriculture sector that's struggling with the costs and is not getting attention that's needed. Even things like invasive weeds, no mention of that in this budget. So I go to talk to the folks in my riding and say, what's this budget got for you? There isn't a lot. Just the other day, I got a note, from one of my constituents in Houston. One of the doctors in Houston is being forced to have to leave the practice. That's only going to leave 3 doctors left for the community. Most of those are coming in, they don't even live there, they live in Smithers. How is that helping for the people in the Chaco Lakes? Or does the people in Chaco Lakes even matter to this government? Because after all, they're going after the environmental vote in the Lower Mainland for the next election. They don't seem to care about a riding like this. Even when you look at things like roads and road improvements, we used to spend, on average, about $15 to $17 million a year improving the roads in the Chaco Lakes. And it wasn't just because it was a BC Liberal government and a BC Liberal riding. We did that in every riding throughout the North. We spent at least that, if not more. Under this government, first year, 4.5 million. Second year, 3.5 million plus some culverts. And then going into an election year, 11 million. Huge cuts. And what do we see? More potholes in the roads, more damaged side roads than we have ever seen in this area. It's shameful, really, but it shows what this government's priorities are. Previous speaker for the government talked about, inflation not being an issue associated with this government. You increase the input costs of everything. You increase the costs on small businesses. You've increased taxes. You've increased the gas prices. All of those are the input costs. And guess what? The company doesn't say, oh, that's okay, I can take that. No, they're working on thin margins. They have to pass it on to the consumer. That's what is one of the key things that drives inflationary costs. So when my colleagues say the inflation is being caused by government, yes, there are external factors, but there are input costs associated with what this government is doing that is increasing the cost for people in this province. And those costs are destroying quality of life. Now, talk just a little second, want to talk about environment. The government is talking dramatically about, meeting its environmental targets on emissions reduction. Yet we have between 1.5 and 2 million hectares of land that has been burnt in fires that is not being reforested. It is not being reforested. It's just being left. A little bit of that land is being logged and has been logged, but it's gotten to the point now where most of that wood has got no value, anything that's left standing. How is that meeting environmental standards? That is now going to have the regen delay by at least, in all likelihood, 20 years, maybe longer. And if the trees that do come back, it's going to come back dense. It's going to require incredible amounts of investment to be able to make that a productive forest. That's almost the same amount of area that is being deferred for old growth. And this government does not have a plan to get out there and to rehabilitate that land, to deal with erosion that is happening on that land, to deal with getting it reforested so that it can be productive. And just think, one tree by age 40 can sequester up to a ton of carbon. That area would be planted at about 12 to 1,400 stems per hectare. That's 2 billion trees to 3 billion trees that could be planted and growing, that could be sequestering carbon. And the area is being left what's called NSR, non-sufficiently restocked, just to let nature take its course. It shows what government's priorities are when you look at it from an environmental perspective. You can do more rehabilitating that area, getting a healthy forest going, getting those trees sequestering carbon than you could do with anything else you do as a government. And there hasn't been a penny put towards it. Matter of fact, Forest Enhancement Society BC, which was the vehicle for doing that kind of work, has had zero new funding from this government for 5 years. It is now out of money and about to shut down. It goes to show this government's priorities. Lots of flash, lots of nice words, but reality, when they could actually make a difference, when they could actually do something that would help a forest sector, that would help communities, that would help people, well, it's not a priority. Think about the jobs that could be created. Think about how much value would be created by enhancing our silviculture, by doing those additional trees, by managing our forest properly, instead of just turning a blind eye to it. It's shameful. That's not even to mention things like natural gas. And I'd be very fortunate in that the Coastal GasLink project has been going through my riding, just created a bunch of jobs, it's created lots of opportunities around there. But we're not taking advantage of what we could be. And even, the EU and I think even the UN have talked now about natural gas being a clean energy source. a renewable energy source because it can help to displace coal, which can be 5 times more emissions, I believe, and even higher than natural gas. We have an overabundant supply of natural gas. Now, I want you to think about some basic numbers here. As a province, we're what, 0.16, 0.17% of world emissions? That's not even 1%. We're 0.16, 0.17% of world emissions. China's at 28% of world emissions and growing. If we could take more natural gas from our province, and yes, our emissions might go from 0.16 to maybe 0.18, so go up a little bit here for a province, which wouldn't be great in terms of meeting our targets. But that natural gas being shipped over to China might save them 1%. That would be 10 times as much value, if not more, in terms of carbon reduction than shutting down everything in the province, including everybody moving out, no farm animals. Just that one move alone. And even the EU and the UN recognize the value of doing that. Yet this government refuses to put policies in place to allow for another LNG project. The environmental standards that are put in place, there's no way there will be another LNG project in this province. It is too uneconomical, and the technology, quite frankly, hasn't been there to be able to do it at that scale. That's why Chevron pulled out. That's why the 3 other pipes going to the coast, Pacific Trails, the Spectrum project, and the Prince Rupert gas transmission line, don't have anybody on the other end of those projects for building a plant and a project. The world is desperate for our transition fuels, not to mention the revenues that it could bring to the province to be able to help bring with tax relief or be able to fund programs so that you wouldn't have to run the massive deficits that this government is running. It's simple, it's easy to do, but it takes some backbone, and it takes the ability to have some vision as to what needs to be done as our part of the world to help meet what we need as an environment. And it's shameful, quite frankly, that this government has once again just turns a blind eye to it. So as I look at this budget, there's lots of spending, lots of initiatives and things that are in place. I don't necessarily agree with how that's being spent. But there is not this plan to pay for it. There isn't the plan to grow the economy. There isn't the plan to meet the metals that we need for our environmental initiatives. There isn't the plan to be able to be part of the world economy, to be able to offset the carbon by using our fuels. And isn't a plan at all for a healthy forest sector. As a matter of fact, anything that you can look at that drives the vast majority of exports to this project is being completely, by this province, I should say, is being completely ignored. And that's my riding. That's the Nechako Lakes. That's what the people do in my riding. We take these values that are on our landscape, we generate revenue, we generate exports, we generate the revenues for the Crown, we support the families, we support the jobs in this province. And there's nothing in this budget for the people on the Nechako Lakes to be able to carry on with that. And at the end of the day, when you run big deficits, when you don't grow the economy, what that means is you are putting the burden on future generations so that their quality of life will be assuredly less than the quality of life that we enjoy here today. Nothing to be proud of in terms of a budget that completely misses the mark. And coming out of the pandemic was the perfect opportunity to be able to invigorate our economy and grow, to be able to make the strategic decisions, to be able to make the policy decisions that are going to be able to truly help both, not just us, but even as a world. I want to close my last comments about the Ukraine. I really feel for the people in Ukraine and what's going on there. It is absolutely horrendous to think about what those people are facing. We've been so fortunate in our lives here and where we live here that we haven't known war directly in our territory, in where we live. Those people, unfortunately, are going through something absolutely horrendous, and my heart and my prayers go out to them. So, Honourable Chair, Thank you for this opportunity to say a few words associated with the budget. I look forward to more opportunities when it comes up to a potential throne speech response, as well as the legislation that comes forward and estimates. But once again, thank you, and I want to thank the people in my riding for the opportunity to be able to represent them.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister of State for Lands and Natural Resource Operations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to colleagues for being here in our budget debate. I think this is one of the most important conversations we have in a yearly basis in this province, because not only is it about the budget, it is also about the expectations that people have for us, the people that we represent. And I would like to take a moment to acknowledge two things. One, to my friend from Nechako Lakes. I listened intently to his speech prior to mine, and I want to wish him and his family well, considering the enormous amount of stress I imagine he is under and his family under with his parent and palliative care. We've all perhaps been through those difficult times, and I'm glad that we have the technology and the opportunity that he can be home with his family in the north, while still being able to represent the people that he does here in this legislature. Speaking today, obviously, from the Algonquin-speaking People's Territory, and represent the people of Stikine, which is, as the Speaker will know. She may not agree, but it is the most beautiful riding in British Columbia in the Northwest. It's certainly the largest, that goes without contention, but it is one of the most extraordinary, and it is filled with some of the most extraordinary people, going all the way from the north and the Yukon and Alaska border, stretching down through the south, all the way ending up in Telkwa, and just to the east of where I live in Smithers, in Wet'suwet'en, Gitumden Clan territory. I think it's important to be always thinking of home when we're talking about these things here in this place, because it can feel very far away. We've talked a lot about bubbles in the last couple of years and having to maintain safety and bubbles, and those are good things, especially when trying to stay healthy and safe. Bubbles can also be a bad thing, in that they can keep us insulated from those that we, in our work, need to represent. And it is always important to be thinking of any of the pieces of legislation or the debates that we have through the lens of how does this affect people at home. And that's why when thinking about this budget speech and when thinking about the budget itself for this year, 2022, just missed the many twos of a couple days ago, I was thinking very much about the people and the place that I represent. And the crises that we've been living through over the last couple of years, because context is everything. And the context that we've been in, as the Speaker will know, unfortunately too well, has been a series of rolling challenges and crises for various communities, not just the global pandemic, in which we've lost far too many British Columbians and far too many have gotten sick. Not just that, but also the climate-affected crises, the devastating fires that destroyed Lytton, the series of forest fires that were increasingly the worst, and then the worst compared to the next worst, and the flooding that happened just this past year in the Lower Mainland and up through the valley. Those contexts have shaped in part our government. They've shaped us as a people, and has certainly affected the budget that we presented just a couple of days ago through the finance minister. Because as in any budget, and the opposition has said this rightly so, any budget, whether it's a government or a family, is about a series of choices. What is it that you prioritize? What is it that you see as important? Where do you make your investments, your hopes for the future? And we have made our investments in people. We are a people-centered government. We think of people first, and we think of how is it that we can help them to enable the opportunities that they seek for them and their families, and how is it that we can best serve the people of this province regardless of where they live. And there's been an unfortunate history in our province of governments putting their fingers on the scale for certain ridings. You know, the Speaker may have seen this in the past and others. And I'm so proud when I think of my friend from Nechako Lakes or my friend from Terrace, who represent opposition ridings as we're currently constructed, that there's significant investment in the Terrace Hospital, hundreds of millions of dollars, of the hospital in Fort St. James in Nechako Lakes, getting, for the first time, out of portables for their healthcare center to be able to properly serve that community. One of the oldest communities that we have in this province is finally getting those investments, not for some sort of political advantage, as some voters always suspect, but because that's what was needed. We need that hospital in Terrace. That's where my wife and I had our kids. And I can remember when we were wheeling her in to get to the delivery room, that the gurney didn't fit in the elevator because the elevator was so old that it had to be pushed up. And you could imagine, my wife was delivering twins, the idea of raising up a gurney in the midst of that particular moment wasn't pleasant, and it's just been noted. You can see the paint peeling off the wall, and I'm so proud that we've broken ground and have cleared the space and are starting the good work that the people of Terrace in the Northwest so richly deserve. It also, in facing these challenges, we have to think about the people, we have to think about the planet, and we have to think about the potential. How do we unleash the potential of this place, of its people, of those that have not had an eye from government giving them attention and care and concern? And I'll try to frame my comments in that vein, in talking about what we're doing for people around healthcare, around affordable childcare, around housing, the desperate need for housing, not just the homelessness crisis that this province has faced for a long time, but for those people who are working, have saved some, but just the housing market just keeps leaving, keeps going out of reach, particularly, but not exclusively, to the younger generations looking to one day maybe own a house. That prospect has become increasingly difficult, and we're doing something about it. For those facing mental health challenges, which I'm so glad we are able to talk more and more about this issue, Madam Speaker, that there are too many experiences of people suffering alone, quietly, because of the stigma, because of the public shaming that would happen in the past, and still too much today, when someone would admit to a mental health crisis, that was somehow seen as a weakness. Whereas we wouldn't see that if someone said they had an illness, like a physical illness, like cancer, or they had heart trouble. We wouldn't condemn them, but we've had a significant shift, and I think a positive one, in thinking about mental health and mental illness in that vein as well. And talking about affordability, it's been raised by the opposition a number of times this week, as is right, because affordability should be a constant concern of government. And we are watching a global trend of uncertainty that's affecting Canada, it's affecting British Columbia, it's affecting the people that we represent. And what have we done, and what are we continuing to do? The planet, I mentioned the crises that we faced, whether it was the devastation in Lytton, the massive floods that affected billions of dollars of infrastructure and so many farms and people, the forest fires that devastated so many communities and so many forests, that we need to take better care of our planet. And we need to not only do it today, but we need to do it for the generation to come and the generation after that and after that. So we have huge investments, not only in climate change mitigation, that's to try to get the carbon before it gets into the atmosphere, to make sure that we're producing less and less and less as we go, but also adaptation, because the effects of climate change are upon us. And I won't take much solace in this, Madam Speaker, but I had a previous life in politics, and I could remember not that long ago where we were still debating whether it was real from some political orientations in this country, wanting to struggle with this. It felt somewhat reminiscent of the debate around smoking, where someone would pop up a doctor and say, well, maybe secondhand smoke does, or maybe it doesn't. And we were listening to the scientists who study climate, and they were saying something's happening, it's significant, and we think it's human-induced. And particularly my conservative friends across the way would deride that and try to mock it and say there's no possible way humans could affect an entire planet's climate, and yet here we are. And I think mostly the debate has moved on. There's still some enclaves of resistance to the idea, but you just have to live it and experience to say things are different. And I can remember a conversation I had with a forest firefighter up north, far north. If Madam Speaker and others will remember, there was a devastating fire that swept through Tahltan country and threatened and burned homes in Telegraph Creek. And it looked like it might sweep through the entire community of this very beautiful but very remote community. And sitting around the table with one of the folks who had been brought in to fight those fires, an older gentleman. And I said, how you doing? You know, this is at the end of another 18-hour day in very difficult conditions. And he said, it's terrible, it's bad, and I've been doing this for 40, 45 years. And I said, well, thanks for your service. And he said, well, but it's changed. And this is what's most disheartening to me, is that the way that the fires are behaving has changed. There's no moisture in the ground. Certain species of trees that used to act as buffers no longer do. Certain measures that we used to take effectively to prevent or to steer a fire a certain way no longer work. The intensity has increased. And there were some other fellows there that were from Australia that we'd brought in. And they said, well, welcome to the reality that we've been experiencing for more than a number of years now. So what do you do about this? This is both a global and a local effort. It's a responsibility of our government to do something about it and to act responsibly. And talking about potential, and my colleague from the North talked about what he wasn't seeing in this budget, and I welcome him to look a little closer to see at all the investments that we are making in forestry, in mining, in the natural resource sector, because there have been enormous successes in mining, in value added on forestry. And it's a bit disingenuous to suggest that our investment to improve on something like land use planning is not a good idea, when we know that some of the most enduring conflicts and challenges that we have faced as a province has been the result of previous governments' decisions to get out of the planning exercise, to not include communities, to push First Nations to the side, and just make decisions only through one lens, and hope that those decisions were enduring and that the challenges and the disagreements would just suddenly go away, as opposed to what normally happens with humans is the disagreements only grow and the uncertainty increases. And I was just on with a mining executive yesterday. The Minister of Mines and I were hosting a Zoom call of a major mining firm that's putting near $1.5 billion into British Columbia in the coming weeks and months. And we were asking them, what is helping you with that decision to invest in BC? And their answer was certainty, and in particular with respect to the relationship that they had with the First Nation whose territory their mine is proposed to operate in. And that we had been facilitating that dialogue for years, the relationship was strong, and they had the certainty of knowing, A, how to build their mine properly to fit within the environment and the values of the communities in which they operate. Novel idea, I know, Madam Speaker. But also how to design the ownership and the employment strategies so that locals benefit the most. And Madam Speaker, for years I've been attending mining conferences, and when I say years, almost 20 years, and I can remember, sometimes you get politicians, you give a little lunchtime introductory remark, and I kept it pretty simple and generally and gracefully, thankfully to all, fairly short. And I'd say, look, in order to get support from somebody like me and the party that I represent, you have to take care of three things: people, the planet, and you must have relationship and agreements with First Nations people. And 20 years ago, this was seen as a bit of the skunk at the party. It was not welcome. It was off-putting. It was uncertain. It wasn't something that a lot of mining executives were necessarily thrilled with. Flash forward 15, 18 years, I attended a mining conference not that long ago. And it's not me making that speech anymore, it's those mining executives. And they're not making the speech, they're showing you the results. Here are the agreements that we have with local communities in terms of jobs and training and bringing young people into the industry. Here's our environmental stewardship plan, which exceeds the BC standards, which had been gutted by previous governments, but are now being elevated a bit. Some across the way call that red tape. I call that smart, to not leave a poison mess behind that costs you hundreds of millions of dollars for future taxpayers to pick up the bill. And here's our agreement with the First Nations people in whose territory we're working. And what was remarkable to me at a recent mining conference was that this was not being said by a progressive politician, it was being said by the mining companies. And what was also remarkable was how little resistance or surprise there was in the room of these other mining outfits. That of course this was the way to do business. And that's just there's more to go, Madam Speaker. There's more to go. The mining industry is a very old industry, and some of the cultures that we're familiar with take time to change. But what it contrasts is to the previous regime's enthusiasm, thinking that all that was needed was to remove regulations, remove rules, remove any kind of consistency in terms of taking care of the public interest, the public good, and then investment would flow, and that was all it was taken. And they say that there's uncertainty and there isn't much interest coming. Well, that goes against all of the evidence, because people they vote with their money. And just last year in British Columbia, exploration in this province was up 50% to $600 million. That's on exploration. Other mining investments have been up even more. And so if there was the claims of such wild uncertainty and unpredictability coming from our government that the opposition is making, then clearly those with dollars to invest would not be doing it here because minerals exist all over the world. I think in this budget it also contrasts with the opposing side's previous set of values in which they, I can remember, I think it was called Black Monday in the early 2000s, where just thousands upon thousands of public service employees were let go in a single day. And that was all to facilitate a tax cut, which mostly concentrated to the wealthiest 1% in our province. Still holding on, and I still hear my colleagues across the way and the Liberals holding on to Reaganomics. Like, that's got to be older than disco, because as bad an idea as disco. And there's some nice tunes, but mostly as an idea, it's gone. And the concept that if you cut the taxes to the top 1%, through their largesse, they will simply spend more and create more wealth because that's just what rich people do when you make them richer. Well, no, that isn't what they do. And 40 years of economics have shown us this. But that was the choice that the Liberals made when they had the opportunity to govern this province for far too long. And how did they fund some of these other tax cuts? Well, they ripped off British Columbia drivers, overcharging. Every time you went and renewed your insurance through ICBC under the Liberals, there was this little surtax in there, costing far more than the insurance cost to actually insure British Columbian drivers. And that money was rolled, hundreds of millions of dollars, over and over again into where? Into general revenue. To do what? Help out the wealthy and well-connected. And that was seemed disingenuous and unethical, somehow was legal. And this is what they chose to do. Well, we fixed ICBC, as has been noted a few times by our colleagues in this government. And that saved people hundreds and hundreds of dollars every year. This is important to talk in the context of affordability. Let's talk about real affordability, which is when you have to go and renew your insurance for your vehicle to get your family around, and it costs you dramatically less because of policies that this government has brought in. That's how you tackle affordability, is take care of what's going on with people's bills. We took tolls off bridges in the Lower Mainland that had been put on by Mr. Falcon when he had the opportunity to do so, which he also upped MSP premiums for British Columbians, not once, but twice, significant. Again, hundreds of millions of dollars rolling back into government. And we eliminated MSP entirely. Again, Madam Speaker, when a family is making up their budget for the month, they don't have to put in the budget line anymore MSP premiums. And for a lot of families, that's a huge difference, particularly for seniors and those that have sometimes highest bills with regards to their health care. So it's important as we look through what's in this budget, what's not. I don't expect the Liberals to support it, but given their speeches. But it'll be interesting to see how they defend their lack of support for a number of things that exist within this budget, which I think matter a lot, like investing in healthcare. We've seen our healthcare system stretched and pulled in very, very uncomfortable and difficult ways, and we have given enough praise, but it always bears giving again to the frontline healthcare workers, to the Center for Disease Control and the Public Health Office, and Dr. Bonnie Henry, who has courageously and consistently and I would say caringly put down rules and guidelines for us to follow to try to keep us as safe as possible. And while we're still in the midst of this pandemic, we're starting to see some light at this, the light at the end of the tunnel is now upon us as we're seeing some of the restrictions. The numbers are improving in hospitalizations. We're starting to see the effectiveness of what we've done in terms of having one of the highest vaccination rates in the Western world, having one of the lowest mortality rates in the Western world, while all the time having the most consistent and lowest restrictions to people in the free world. Our economy, in part, has rebounded the best of any economy in Canada. I listened to a Liberal colleague talk about the need for the economy to recover. I'm not sure where they've been, but the British Columbia economy, thanks to the entrepreneurial spirit, thanks to consistent guidelines from the Public Health Office, thanks to unprecedented supports from this government and the people of British Columbia to small and medium businesses to keep them afloat as we were going through these unprecedented times. I think it's a good recommendation not only to government policy, but government working with business and the larger community to make sure that the lifeblood of our economy, which is those small and medium businesses, would be here after the pandemic. And certainly some parts of the economy, the tourism sector, the hospitality sector, have suffered more than others. That's why we brought in special funds, and there's more in this budget to help them. We know there's a labor shortage upon us with an increasing need to bring in more workers, and so that's why we're putting more money into training. That's why we're bringing certification back, which the government stripped away, the previous government, for no good reason. The idea that the trades somehow mattered less, that having proper qualifications that were transferable across provinces, treating them like a decent, proper profession would. This government saw the trades as something else. Well, we don't see it that way. And so bringing back certifications, bringing back support and seats in those trade professions to make sure that we have the skilled labor, the million workers that we're going to need, many of them are going to be needed in the skilled trades, but also in the universities and graduates. And so grateful, just yesterday we announced 600 more spaces for nurses. 602, I want to get that right, because those two can matter. That's 2 more nurses that we need, because we know there's been a shortage. And in the north, we have retention programs to help bring nurses to our region. We have more efforts to do to keep them in our region. And I'm so glad to see that investment happen, because it matters to people on the ground in our communities where they know the nurses there. And it certainly helps other nurses that are already in the system, because the chances of them having a better quality of life and wanting to remain nurses goes up quite a bit. High-speed internet. I represent a rural riding. This has been it's been something we've been driving for a long time. It's having decent internet access, as we all know, has removed from a nice-to-have to a need-to-have, right? In order to not just try to have those economic opportunities of businesses that need high speed, but our healthcare system, accessing government services, just general living. It's moved up there. I can remember a poll recently done is ranking all of the essential services: heat, water, phone, internet. And you could see the poll had been done over 10 years. You could see having reliable high speed had been creeping up somewhere near home heating for some people, which you do sort of question some of the priorities that people have, but we know it's essential. Well, we're up to almost 280 more communities just through this budget, rural and remote mostly, many of them First Nations, that are going to be accessing high-speed internet for the first time. There are ships right now laying submarine cable down our coast, going from Haida Gwaii to Prince Rupert, down to the Central Coast, North Coast, connecting all of these communities that for so long were asking for this program to be brought in. And we partnered with City West and some other really good BC successful story businesses to lay this cable that's happening right now. I can't tell you, I've visited and know many of these communities very well, how much this is going to help their ability to think differently about their future, about being able to connect themselves and connect their young people to the services that are out there that many other British Columbians simply enjoy, and the opportunities in terms of business, ecotourism, and all the rest. This is a significant investment from us, and I'm also thinking of the far north. This is the Stewart and Atlin. Had a chat with some good people in Atlin this morning, Madam Speaker. Atlin, beautiful little community up in the northwest, just tucked in under Yukon. And one lady had to be on the internet, but she had to park outside the BC Government Services building in order to get the internet enough to be on our Zoom call today. It's a beautiful, bright day in Atlin, and knowing that we're going to bring more services to communities like that fills my heart, because this is something, when we say infrastructure, sometimes it can sound a bit cold and unimportant. Wow. When you're able to plug into the rest of the world in this important technology, it's not just simply infrastructure, it's a cause for celebration. But in that infrastructure list, of course, is the hospitals and the roads and the schools and the affordable transit that we're bringing in. And I'm slipping a note to the Minister of Health and Finance that a hospital in Smithers, a new one, would be a great idea. I think ours is looking a little rough around the edges as well. But the $27 billion we've set aside, which is the largest infrastructure budget, British Columbia history, is significant. Not only significant for the services and the better commuting times, the more environmentally sound transportation, the internet that I've talked about, also will create 100,000 jobs over the time of that rollout. That's incredible. That's an incredible investment back into our province that future generations will enjoy. Now, I've talked a little bit about the small business supports that we've done over time. I was a small business owner before politics and then in between politics again, and so I've got an affinity. I've been having chats with the Smithers Chamber of Commerce, who have been incredible bedrock, and I think a shout out to chambers across this province who have been bringing businesses together, especially during the pandemic, where we're trying to figure out the various rules and how to keep things going, how to adapt and adapt and then adapt again in the restaurant industry in particular and the tourism industry. But those chambers have been life sources for a lot of businesses looking to navigate through the programs and the supports that government are bringing them, and to also understand the rules. And we made health officials and government officials available to our chamber to do that. I love the investments we're making in clean tech. Now, BC has been a leader in much of the clean tech, but we have much more that we could accomplish. And you see, I saw the Hudson Bay in downtown Vancouver is getting a whole refurbishment, and they're putting a lot of office spaces in there. And you think, well, we're in office spaces in New York and London and other places completely vacant, and the prices are all dropping. But in Vancouver, the projections are that those office spaces are be needing, and where they're going to be needed. Where they're going to be in the high tech, the clean tech, and the biomedical firms that are coming to BC. Amazing quality of life, and governments who have policies that are supportive of that innovation, saying, please come here and innovate, but also grow. In BC and other programs that we're putting in, we want to take those green shoot businesses, those ones that have got themselves into the niche market, they've got the technology and the know-how, but need to get to scale where they can become those global leaders that we know they can be. I talked just briefly, and I've only got a few minutes here, to talk about the new ministry that the government has talked about for some time. This came out of work, I believe, by an all-party committee. It preceded my time here, Madam Speaker, but it was verified by an exhaustive and somewhat unprecedented consultation we conducted with First Nations rights and title holders, First Nations Leadership Council, businesses, resource companies, municipalities, environmental groups, unions. You go down the list. We did many hours talking to folks, and we asked them three basic questions about the natural resource sector in general, about Flinrod, the mega ministry that previous Premier Campbell put together, and then when it was put together, it left office a week later, so it kind of wandered a little bit. And we said, what's working, what's not, and what would you change? We got this massive wealth of information about what to do, and one of the primary things that people talked about is having a ministry focused very much on forestry, and the significant changes, the value over volume, the investments that we need in our forestry sector, having watched a decline of 30,000 jobs since 2000 in that sector, that we need full, dedicated and attention that way, which it had been prior. And the minister's doing an exceptional job, and she'll have that and more to do. But a ministry dedicated to marine and land use planning, a concept that somewhat innovated here in British Columbia back in the 90s, under a previous NDP government, to talk about bringing the community together, bringing the various interest groups together to talk about what their values and vision were for the land. Now, coupled with this is our obligations to the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which obligates properly the Crown, the government of BC in this case, to engage in a government-to-government way and talk about what those values are for First Nations and how we can work together in co-management, in reconciliation agreements, and having a ministry focused primarily on that, on our ability to engage, to know what the interests are, to inform and keep engaged the rest of the community when we're doing government to government, I think is going to pay dividends for many years to come. The childcare spaces have been talked a lot about, and they're important because of what they enable. Having $10 a day, 40,000 spaces created over the next 7 years, dropping the average cost by more than 50% of what it was, that we are realizing the potential of what it is to have a good government program in place that assists people in affordable childcare for all the other things that parents want to do. And it has been overwhelmingly and disproportionately affecting women in a positive way as we move more and more childcare spaces in. And talking to childcare providers in the Northwest, I'm thinking of Norma's ARC. And that when we brought in the ECE subsidy for childcare workers, a wage subsidy that topped up, because we don't pay them enough. I think we should all admit that. When you're paying your mechanic 2 or 3 times as much as you're paying someone to look after your kid, something's gone a little out of skew. And that we know that the subsidy helped not only attract people, but retain people in the childcare services. This was something that was really important to us as a government. We have a good partner in the federal government right now to do this, and BC was one of the first out the gate in leading the country in doing this. Before, after school care, getting it down to $20 is an affordability measure. Talking a lot about affordability today. That's something that means something dramatic for British Columbians. I see my time is coming up, which will be a relief to some, but I have so much more to say. And we'll be talking to people in Stikine about where the opportunities lie for us, where we're taking care of people the planet, and making sure that our potential is fully realized. And potential in the broadest sense of the word, Madam Speaker, in the sense of our abilities to go out and be our best selves and get the kind of work that we hope for and the education that we need, but also our potential in healthcare, in mental health, and making sure that we're dealing with the issues that come like inflation, making sure that electric vehicles become more affordable, heat pumps become more affordable, and that the housing crisis that has been born over many years is addressed finally by our government in the coming years, which has affected so many people, particularly the homeless and the $633 million we're putting into that, getting rid of MSP premiums, and taking care of the environment. We're now up to, I think, a little north of $3 billion that we put in to our Clean BC program, investing in the roadmap to 2030 program that the Minister of Environment has been pushing, so that we can see local action, provincial action, and take our responsibilities of stewards of this place to make sure we leave a better place behind for our kids and grandkids. And I think in its own way and in a meaningful way, this budget for 2022 has done just that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Vancouver Hastings.
Yeah, ask her one of those things. Thank you. I didn't know I was up next. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations on your new role. It's my first time being before you, so it's nice to see you up there. It's a real pleasure to speak in favor of Budget 2022. I'll just get my little, thank you. It's a real pleasure to speak in favor of Budget 22. With Budget 2022, we are showing that we're building an even stronger BC and making life better for people by investing in our province's economy, our environment, and all of our social services. This budget reflects the needs of our time while investing in the services and programs that we rely on. Whether it's the climate crisis, the pandemic recovery, the opioid crisis, housing affordability, all of this has a significant investment, all the while improving our infrastructure, roads, hospitals, and schools. This budget is not about austerity, it's about making the investments that people need in their time of need, and I'm very proud to support it. Over a year ago, I was sworn in as the first Parliamentary Secretary for Community Development and Nonprofits. Thank you. This signaled a shift in the importance of nonprofits and the government's commitment to the sector. Nonprofits are a key economic sector that is critical to BC's well-being and recovery. Comprised of more than 29,000 nonprofit organizations and employing over 86,000 British Columbians, not to mention the countless volunteers. 44% of all British Columbians over the age of 15 volunteer. And this is a rate that's higher than the national average. And by that, my measure, that involves more than 1.6 million people in this province. If we can all take a moment to imagine the people power that provides every year for meeting all the services and the needs of vulnerable people in our communities. The nonprofit sector contributes around $6.7 billion to our province's GDP and covers everything from housing, mental health, food security, legal services, arts, recreation, and so much more. This past year, we've also seen volunteers help their communities through COVID, flooding events, wildfires, a heat wave. They've stood up for equality, for democracy, and for a kinder, more equitable world. So, Mr. Speaker, it's time for this sector to take its seat at the table. Over this past year, I did a lot of listening and learning. I've spent the last year engaging with nonprofits across BC. We've had a chance to meet with over 300 nonprofits, and that number keeps going up every day, and held over 13 roundtables across the province. The Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction leads a social services roundtable to hear from frontline service providers in the community social services sector. All of this has helped us better understand how nonprofits have been impacted by COVID and what specific actions we could do to support the sector through recovery. I want to take a moment to just acknowledge all of the work that the nonprofit sector did through COVID and also through our crises. The times that we're in are challenging, This government sees and appreciates how the nonprofit sector has stood up during the pandemic and all the climate emergencies that we've faced in this province. This year, we've seen an amazing amount of creativity and innovation in the nonprofit sector. I heard stories of people that heard that they had to shut down their operations from COVID, but were opened the next week to provide services to their vulnerable communities and those people that relied upon them. There's so many stories of pivoting and responding and adjusting under limited resources that I just am so amazed every time I meet with somebody that's a nonprofit leader and tells me their particular story. I want to share a few stories that really touched me, although there's countless here. I want to talk about the Yarrow Society, which is a group of very young people that are focused in Vancouver's Chinatown. When the pandemic hit, they saw the need of serving Chinese seniors that were living in the community, and they started getting volunteers to provide them with grocery delivery and also figuring out translation services to make sure that these seniors could access vaccination or be taken to the vaccination sites if they needed it. Also, the Islamic Relief organization that's one of the biggest nonprofits in Canada. Now, this is an organization that stepped up during the flooding events and were telling me how quickly they were able to pivot to help people, particularly responding to the needs of Indigenous communities impacted by the flooding and providing them with resources as quick as they could. I heard stories of organizations responding to people in time of crises, even if they had only one FTE, so one person that could be there on the front line. They were showing up for people across this province. Food security is so important, and I had the privilege not long ago of meeting Igor and Ali. Ali is from Iran and Igor is from Serbia, and they've been here for, I think, around 10 years. And when they arrived, they saw and were troubled by the fact that they saw so many people throwing away food that they considered ugly food, which was food that would, in their countries, from their point of view, would not be waste. So they organized around this, providing resources and saving food, which has so many benefits to our communities and our environment. And now they serve 3,000 people a month with the food recovery program. And they've launched a social enterprise called Soul Foods, which is now actually 50% of the profits of those foods, which are very delicious, by the way, go to their food security work. These are just some of the stories of the great people that we live amongst in BC that are showing up every day. They don't turn away from the challenges, they face them head on and they try to find solutions. And I'm just so proud of all the combined work that the sector has done for this province. I've also heard about the challenges, including the reduced ability to fundraise that was because of COVID, burnout from their employees, and increased expenses, delivering services that once might have been in person and trying to figure out how to do it online and how to pay for it. And including also the higher needs that so many in the nonprofit sector have just seen in their communities, whether it's mental health resources or just meeting the needs of all the people that may be isolated but needed to be attended to during COVID. And as hard as it's been for all of them to pivot and redesign programs, many have told me there's also been positive outcomes of the challenges. For example, shifting the focus to online delivery where possible created new possibilities of meeting people or providing services to people across the province online and in their home if they were not able to attend in person, particularly in remote ways. So I just want to extend the appreciation that I have, and I know that this government has, for the sector and the work that they've done over the last year and the last couple years. And I want them to know, as was noted in the throne speech, that we acknowledge that throughout this pandemic, people in social services and the nonprofit sector worked selflessly to support the most vulnerable. And Mr. Speaker, I could not be more proud that this budget includes a historic $30 million in a recovery and resilience fund to provide support to the charitable organizations that have been disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. This fund will be administered by partners in community, the Vancouver Foundation and the United Way of BC, and Indigenous organizations to make sure that we are supporting those nonprofits in our communities that supported us through our time of need. The fund will help to make sure that those nonprofits have the resiliency they need to continue to serve people in their communities. And I'm so proud of a government that acknowledges not only their contributions, but steps up and helps to support them through these times. So it's all something we can all be proud of. There's so many things in the budget that I would just love to talk about, but I wanted to start to say to my community that your priorities are our priorities. And you can see that in this budget. We're building an inclusive economy that supports everyone, reducing poverty, addressing the climate crisis, keeping old growth standing while supporting a transition, stepping up for meaningful reconciliation, investing in mental health supports, building universal childcare, and tackling the housing affordability crisis. I know it's also been a tough year for my community, but one thing I'm proud of is that we've all stuck together to support each other. And they can all know that this government has their back and will be with them every step of the way as we go forward. I'd like to just acknowledge and thank some community organizations that have been partners with us and will continue to be in our community as we go forward. Organizations like City Reach, who help families in need and continued to do so during the pandemic by providing food resources to those in need. Frog Hollow and Kawasa Neighborhood House, who provide valuable services to the community, including 10-a-day sites for families that were kept open during the pandemic and will be further supported in the future. I want to thank all the schools, the teachers, parents, and principals who kept students and educated them. They kept them educated and safe. I want to thank our cultural institutions like the Cult and ZZ Theatre, who provided us with wonderful virtual and in-person, limited capacity, but still in-person theater, and they kept artists and actors employed as best as they could. These are all part of the reason that we are in the position that we are today, which is one of hope and resilience. This is a budget that reflects not only the needs of our community right now, but what we need to see in the future. One of the things that I know has touched my community and so many communities across this province is the climate crisis. We all know that we need to transition away from fossil fuels and mitigate the impacts of climate change as it already is upon us. And as I said, the impacts are already showing up in all of our communities. I want to acknowledge the loss of life that's occurred and the impacts on many communities about the climate emergencies this past year. And it showed up in Vancouver Hastings. I met a woman who pulled her mother out from long-term care to take care of her at home, only to have the heat wave and the heat dome be the reason for her passing from heat stroke. And these are just some of the tragic stories that we've heard from the impacts of the climate crisis. This budget steps up by not only providing investments to support helping communities through the impacts of climate change, but also putting money to fight climate change. That's $3.3 billion in funding for Clean BC and $70 million for local government action program to reduce emissions and adapt. It also includes some practical incentives that I know a lot of communities will be interested in getting involved in, like removing PST from electric vehicles, removing PST from heat pumps to make them more competitive with fossil fuel infrastructure, or grants for communities to build bike lanes, multi-use pathways, and other transportation infrastructure. That, with the oil and gas review that will work to eliminate outdated subsidies, is really a sign of a government that's taking action to do what we can to tackle this crisis. But I have to say, it's not just about that. It's also about investing in people and the economy of the future. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge our economic plan brought in by Minister Kelowna that, along with this budget, provide a vision and a roadmap coupled with investments that will build a BC that is responding to the climate crisis and investing in the jobs of the future while bringing everybody along. We have a lot of work to do, and these investments that are put at the right place at the right time in this budget will help us get there. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the climate action team that's in my office that's recently been formed. This is a group of very eager volunteers who come from different parts of our community and have different expertise that have come together to help me and our province deliver Clean BC on a local level and help my community prepare for not only the impacts of climate change, but help us through the transition. I want to thank you for your passion and dedication, and I know that we'll make a big impact on the community by working together. Another big thing for my community, and I can say this also as a mother of two, is childcare. To start a brand new social program, as we did a few years ago, was not only inspiring and visionary, but also stood on the backs of many, many women who've been advocating for decades for $10 a day childcare. And I always start by talking about childcare by acknowledging those women, because for many, many years, it must have felt really hopeless. The BC Liberal government canceled our plan of $14 a day childcare in 2002. And I can't help but think about where we would be today and how many families would be helped if they didn't do that. But here we are today building what is an inspirational $10 childcare plan that's a new universal social program for BC. This has already had impacts on my community. We have a few 10-a-day sites that are serving families. And I was there when we opened one of them in Frog Hollow, and I saw the tears of joy on a lot of parents' face when they realized that they would be paying $10 a day for childcare, and the stories they had about where that money would go and how it would impact their life. And then I can't help to think about how by the end of this calendar year, the average childcare cost will be $20 a day. Thousands of families are going to save so much money on childcare. And what does that do? It helps them make decisions like going back to work. It helps them make decisions like putting money and saving money for the future and doing those things that they couldn't do before because of the costs and the expense item on their budget every month. It's such a huge impact for women. And I want to thank the Minister of State for Childcare for all the work that she's done to advocate constantly for the childcare program every year to get better and better. The investments that we're making in childcare are targeted, are fitting with what we would see as a vision for universal childcare, supporting the workforce, building on spaces, and increasing affordability. And I'm just so excited about the announcements coming up that families are going to hear the impact about the affordability that they're going to have such an impact on their lives. Another really big, I know, issue for a lot of people in my community is homelessness and housing affordability. And I want to talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan that this government has to tackle this problem. It's about not only good public policy that thinks about how we can change and we can incent the right kind of housing to come on the market, like our speculation tax, which has brought 18,000 rental units on the market and actually stepped in to tackle speculation, something that I know that the opposition leader has said he would remove. We've also have been creative with how we can house people that are hard to house, like our complex care plan, housing plan, which really targets those people that need extra supports to stay housed. And we've opened a few in Vancouver now, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of them opening up that are invested in this or that are put in this budget, because I know that they will have a big impact. Also, the 3,000 people that will receive new rent supplements, so they can stay housed and they can find a place to live. It's going to be huge. Those people that we've seen during COVID and I've seen in my community that are just on the margin of staying housed and not housed, they need that extra leg up to stay in their housing. And the rent supplements is just an example of our government getting in and understanding how to solve a problem and making a policy to do it. And I know that's going to have a huge impact. One of the things that I am very proud of in this budget is that we are increasing supports for youth in care up to the age of 27. That is so huge for so many people that are amongst the most vulnerable in our society, that when they get to a certain age, they need to know that the government is still there for them. And I'm so proud of a budget that thinks about those youth and protects them till the age of 27 until they get on their feet. And a government that's going to be by their side during that transition. And I think that's a very huge one, and I know lots of people in my community will benefit from that. We are making the largest housing affordability investment in BC's history in our infrastructure plan. The total investments in housing and homelessness supports will reach $1.2 billion a year for the next 3 years. $1.2 billion. That's 3 times the level of funding in 2017. That's the type of investment that will see changes in communities, that shows that our priority is being on the side of people as we're tackling this housing crisis, a housing affordability crisis, and we're there for them to do so. I want to talk a little bit about advancing true and meaningful reconciliation. We put investments in this budget, like the $12 million for the creation of a new declaration secretariat to guide and assist the government in ensuring legislation is consistent with UNDRIP. That means that we're going to have a secretariat that takes a look at what the work that we're doing and helps us as we move forward to line all of our actions up with UNDRIP. And I just know that that's the type of investment that will have a lasting impact on all of government's work as we're thinking about how we're doing our work in communities and to make sure that we are abiding by the principles of UNDRIP that we all said we were going to do. We often hear about terrible stories, and I've heard them in my community, of racism in our healthcare system and how that shows up for Indigenous people. I'm so proud of the fact that there's investment in creating 15 First Nations primary care centers, so we can help to combat that awful, awful truth that we have in our society when it comes to our healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, this budget touches on so many important things that I know that my community will benefit from, that I know that we will see the fruit of over time. And I'm so proud that this government is on the side of people and our environment during these very challenging times. I'm very impressed with the investments that will go directly into Vancouver, whether it's in our healthcare, our arts, or also our transit. And I know that people will really benefit from those investments over time. I'd like to just take the last couple of minutes of my talk to thank a few people. I know all of us know that the work that we do it's just not possible without a team of people that are there for us, that are helping us to sort out issues, that are there on the ground to help work with our communities. And I want to give a special thank you to Anne Vaverick and Elise Maperi, who are part of my team at SDPR, for being there throughout the year and for all their contributions to the work and for the success that we've had supporting the nonprofit sector. I also want to give a special shout out to Neffy the cat, who always flashes through our Zoom meetings, so I consider her an honorary member of the team. I want to thank Ezra Bloom and Mariah Gillis and Jessica Way, who are in my constituency office, who show up for my community every day and will be spreading the good word of the things that are in this budget for my community members. I thank them for all the work that they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for West Vancouver, Capilano. West Vancouver, Sea to Sky, or I could say Pemberton North, Pemberton South.
There you go.
Member for
South.
Pemberton.
That's right, Mr. Speaker.
Member for West Vancouver, Sea to Sky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise to speak to Budget 2022, aka the Spendapalooza budget. I think, as it was referred to, according to media personality Mr. Mike Smith, you gotta love the term. Impossible to disagree. Tax and spend, and certainly pretty heavy on both sides. It really did jump out at me that this government intends to double the provincial debt by the end of this fiscal term, as depicted in this budget, but based on when they took office. So I think when we left in 2017, the provincial debt, accumulated provincial debt, was $67 billion, and without borrowing for operational money. We were solid on that. We did not have to borrow to operate the government. It was just for capital projects and that sort of thing. Well, this government is intending to increase that debt ceiling to $127 billion, all the while borrowing to operate government. It's phenomenal. A big chunk of that, obviously, is the public sector growth, which is again phenomenal. The private sector is nothing less than envious. If only they could afford to hire in the same way, at the same rate, with the same costs as the public purse is. But you know, the whole concept of increasing taxes is something that is a disincentive to many employers to hire. And there's just no way that the public sector can compete with this seamless, bottomless pit of public money, which is, incidentally, Mr. Speaker, your money and our money, but mostly, or so it seems, significantly borrowed money, borrowed to the tune of $127 billion. And that is, that's a pretty significant number. You know, I think many of us in this House will go to high schools, go to schools and talk to kids. And I had this conversation a little while ago, actually, with some kids in Whistler. And it's a dry subject, the budget. It doesn't seem like it necessarily affects them, especially if they're not quite in the earning stages of their life. And that's been increasingly difficult, being that the government has changed the rules on who can work and how old you can be to get a job now, which is another subject, not for a topic for today. But nonetheless, when you point out to these kids that this amount of money is consequential, and why it's consequential is, especially from a position from my position where I am not in the front half of my earning career. I'm more likely in the back half of that timeline, whereas they haven't even begun. They are really just at the beginning, and when you point out that every single nickel that's borrowed, they will have the obligation to pay back. They will spend the rest of their earning life paying back this money. Well, it's one thing to borrow and spend. It's another to do it without delivering. And you know, it's really hard to tell in many respects where all this money is going. 67 billion to 127 billion. Well, what you know? Can we say what have we delivered? The patella. We delivered on the patella. Well, no. This government, the NDP, took over the patella from TransLink in 2017, a 4-lane bridge to replace, which needs replacement. There's no question about that. What are they going to replace it with? A 4-lane bridge. Clearly, there's a bit of a disconnect in terms of growth. The NDP took this project over in 2017, as I said. Where has it gone? Well, surely one would think by 2018, being that TransLink had done a lot of work on it, that we would see some progress. 2019, we'd certainly hope to see some announcements. Well, we might have seen that. 2020, maybe some consultation. I don't know. Who knows? 2021, contemplation, one can only imagine. 2022 documents say that the bridge is under construction. Well, I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but if you've driven by there lately, the evidence of construction is thin, to frankly non-existent. I defy you to identify where it's under construction. In this budget, it's identified as complete by 2024 in the budget documents. According to the Partnerships BC site, it says the patella replacement report, this is a July 2020 report, quote, the term of the contract is approximately 5.75 years with a fixed price of $967.5 million. Well, that puts completion in 2026, not 2024, as the budget document shows. But what's more interesting is that the $1.377 billion to complete is listed in the budget document. So somewhere $400 million got added to the fixed price. a CBA, the inefficient insider friends with benefits agreement? Well, hard to say. Anyway, all we know is that it's $400,000 more than the fixed price. So, where are we at on this project? Well, it's hard to know. But it pales, certainly, in comparison with our, the Massey Tunnel Replacement Project, paying out an additional $1.5 billion to get less 8 years later, if ever. Potentially with the same capacity issues as the Patella. What we have now in terms of Massey is we have 3 lanes with the counterflow. What are we going to get when we complete this project? 3 lanes in the direction of the commute. It's hard to understand how this is considered progress. The other thing that it doesn't come with is transit, and there was. I'll give you that there will be a bus lane, but the previous project came with $400 million worth of transit improvements, and this is essentially very little or no increase in capacity for most people, but with a provision for transit. No provision for rapid transit, of course. So leaving Delta and Surrey in the morning, you'll give you 3 lanes. Leaving Richmond in the evening, give you 3 lanes. Seems to me that not much will have changed. And this, Mr. Speaker, should be 100-year infrastructure, not a tunnel. Maybe not with a tunnel. I don't know if you get 100 years out of a tunnel, but certainly that was the plan for the bridge in terms of building for the future. Because there's this conception out there that there's going to be fewer vehicles. There's fewer vehicles in the future. Well, maybe at some point we will see the Jetsons, but that does age me. I will admit that. But nonetheless, I think we're a long way from there. We all thought that we were going to see self-driving automobiles, and that hasn't transpired, and doesn't look like it's going to anytime soon. I'm trying to imagine how one of these self-driving vehicles is going to navigate me up to my home in Pemberton in the middle of a snowstorm. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but suffice to say it's years away. And transit is critical. It's really important that we plan for it, and we need to give people alternatives. But to suggest that we don't need any additional capacity going forward is just nonsensical. Unless we have a paternalistic government that decides that they're going to ban car ownership, except for the approved the approved people. But let's look at population growth. And I think we all saw the census that came out recently that was, I think, alarming in some respects in terms of what kind of growth there is. Some of the numbers that were presented by in the media and in other places where we saw, somewhere between 80 and 100,000 people came to BC last year. But let's look at it in the bigger picture. Now I can't, I don't have the same heritage as my friend from Skeena or Saanich North in the islands, but my grandparents were all born here in this province, and when they were born here, there was 500,000 people in the whole province. And when my parents were born, there was 1 million. When I was born, there was 2 million. When my kids were born, there was 4 million, and now we're what, 5.3, something like that. I mean, we are seeing more and more people. I grew up in Vancouver, and it's a whole different traffic world than it was then. And so we need to give people alternative for cars. But the reality that as we go to 6 million and 7 million people, that there'll be fewer vehicles on the road, and we don't need a plan for that, it doesn't make any sense. The reality is there's going to be more people, more trucks, more goods, more food, more infrastructure, more impacts, and hopefully more active transport, but ultimately we're going to need to have road capacity as well. I understand in the terms of the Massey, they're struggling right now in terms of how to make that road capacity, or sorry, that active transport a reasonable experience. I'm having trouble imagining how you're going to set up to ride your bike through the tunnel in any kind of way that has any quality to it. Who dreams of driving through that concrete tunnel with traffic zipping by and noise and all that goes with it, relative to a bridge that we could have been driving over already. Anyway, spending billions more for no good reason and getting less seems to be a bit of a theme here. Previous project scope, as I mentioned, improvements from Highway 10 through to Westminster Highway, $400 million in transit improvements, all gone. And you know, as reflected in the budget right now, the delivery on this project is completely unknown, years and years away. And environmental assessments and many, many questions that could ultimately sink this project for good, or certainly send it back to the bridge drawing board. The idea that in this day and age we can spend years digging a big trench in one of the most important salmon rivers in British Columbia, all because, not because it's a good idea, but because the NDP want to poke Christy Clark in the eye. And that really seems the motivation for this, for this change in direction. This project is decades away and multiple elections away if it ever gets completed. But hey, they have made some progress, Mr. Speaker. They've changed the name. It is no longer the Massey Tunnel Replacement Project, it's now the Fraser River Tunnel Project. Congratulations on that outstanding achievement. So, Mr. Speaker, while I do appreciate the desire to transit miles of undevelopable agricultural land to get to Langley via SkyTrain, it remains a mystery to me, Mr. Speaker, that why there is no mention at all in this budget of a rapid transit to the North Shore. Now we did have a Minister of Infrastructure that represents North Vancouver Lonsdale. It's unfortunate she hasn't been able to help make any progress on delivering better connectivity to the North Shore. Her ministry delivered a consultant's report a couple of weeks ago, and as I read it, there's a variety of different recommendations, but top of the list was more bike lanes. That will solve the problem. No, it'll help, I guess. It'll help, and believe you me, Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate bike lanes. I've been very impressed by what has happened here in Victoria. I think it's a tremendous thing. But when it comes to the North Shore, it's a different world. And while those pieces of infrastructure can help, it is not going to solve one of the most congested areas in British Columbia. The study for corridor improvements from Horseshoe Bay to Lynn Valley is complete, and what they say here is it will result in opportunity to support a more reliable, efficient, and suitable transportation network. And I think one of the comments from the minister was that it hasn't been studied in a while and a lot has changed, and I certainly will not disagree with that. Yes, it's true. Traffic has become worse and worse and worse, and in the last 5 years, nothing has been done about it. So, where are we at with this? Well, I think everybody knows that traffic on the North Shore, I was going to say sucks, but I won't. So it's terrible, and it doesn't appear that there's much going to be going on anytime soon. At least I couldn't find any reference to it in the budget, other than one piece that I will note later. The number one recommendation was better connected active transportation. That will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and I can certainly understand that, why the minister's keen on that, because she's definitely an e-bike supporter. But that doesn't help for families who need to get on and off the North Shore every day to go to work, to go to Lionsgate, to go to C-SPAN, or wherever. From where? From Burnaby, yes. From Vancouver, yes, but also from Coquitlam and from Mission and from Surrey. Like, people are traveling a long way to get to work on the North Shore and to get home, and hence the reason that we have congestion in two directions. So there's a recommendation on a shoulder running bus operation, which is great, but remember, it just runs on the shoulder and it's very tight and there's not much room for it. Some new and configured interchanges, which are way down the list of things that, that are recommended to happen. I mean, they're not even on the radar. And then concepts for highway improvement capacity. Well, I didn't really see any concepts there, although ones have been put forward before, but none of this stuff is showed up. The Kelowna River Bridge needs twinning. I think we all appreciate that it's the area identified in the report as being by far the most dangerous stretch of that highway with the most incidents. No mention of that. Improved interchanges, you know, I think Cypress and Westmount, Westview. There's a number of different improvements that could take place there. Again, nothing reflected in the budget. And some other, you know, as I said, the bus running, the shoulder running bus lane. But no mention of rapid transit. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have outside of COVID, traditionally, have had 130,000 cars a day crossing Burrard Inlet. Well, let's put that into context. What does Massey have? 72,000 a day. So it gives you some sort of sense of the scale of volume that we're dealing with. The business case for rapid transit to the North Shore, I would argue, is better than the business case for extension of Surrey. It's certainly better than the Langley proposal, and I don't think there's any question it's better than UBC. Now, I'm not begrudging any of that, but let's get some attention to the North Shore. The North Shore is, I do have to mention too that, you know, in the case of Broadway, which I think we all think is time to get that done, there's no, this is a gift to business owners or to property owners along Broadway. There's no requirement for density, and any density that is constructed will not come back to offsetting the cost of that project, which I understand is the most expensive piece, or it was anyway last summer. It was the most expensive piece of transportation infrastructure ever in the world at $500 million a kilometer. So I'm sure there's others that will exceed that, but at this point that's what we're talking about here, and no ability for the service to benefit from the density that is supported. So the North Shore is employment rich, but employee poor. Increasingly, as I mentioned, workers are coming from off the North Shore, and there's no sign of rapid transit connections being on the table. The North Shore has essentially been abandoned by this government. They are rightly proud, I will give you this, of the Lower Lynn highway improvements. And so they should be, because it's coming into the final phase. And it features prominently in the report. So, and I think we do need to give credit where credit is due. And that credit lies with the previous MLA from North Vancouver Seymour, Jane Thornthwaite. And I think all we need to do is talk to the member from Kamloops South Thompson, and he will confirm that she was as passionate, as persistent, as effective as you could possibly be, and she really made that Lower Lynn Highway Improvement Project take off starting in 2015 and entering into its final phase right now. So that is, again, a project that while government is taking credit for, we actually really pretty much delivered it. And we have a long history of delivering these projects. You know, the Port Mann, great project, changed things, and I heard the minister say in her budget speech that there's been no improvement south of the Fraser. Well, I would argue that the Port Mann ends on the other side of the Fraser. What about the South Fraser Perimeter Road? I think that's a pretty important piece of infrastructure south of the Fraser. Then, of course, you know, Tri-Cities and Evergreen, Canada Line, there's something to be proud of. And Highway 1 all the way from the Cassiar connector to 200th, all those improvements. Oh, and a little project that I'm particularly fond of, which would be the Sea to Sky Highway. In the last 5 years, this NDP government has essentially delivered nothing in this regard. At least I'm hard pressed. I haven't heard of anything. I I stand to be corrected. But we haven't seen a Massey, we haven't seen a Patella, and we certainly haven't seen or have any sign of North Shore Rapid Transit. And, Mr. Speaker, no transit for the Sea to Sky either. Presently, this government is presiding over a transit strike in the Sea to Sky. We've had no service in the Sea to Sky, no transit service in Whistler, Squamish, or Pemberton for the last 3 weeks or so. The government has said no transit disruptions during a pandemic. I think we probably all recall that. Well, the last I heard, we were still in a pandemic. And we still have to wear a mask. I still got to show my vaccine card to get into a restaurant. I'm not sure where that promise went of no transit disruptions, because we have a transit disruption and no sign of solutions at this point. I do understand they're beginning to talk again. I'm keeping my fingers crossed, but I'd sure like to see the Minister of Labour get involved and appoint a mediator and make sure we get this dispute resolved equitably as soon as possible, so people can get to work, get to school, get to recreation, get to essential services like healthcare. But there's even a bigger issue in terms of transit in the Sea to Sky. Greyhound pulled out years ago. We have a huge hole. We have no regional transit in the Sea to Sky. We even before Greyhound pulled out, we were, the BC Liberals, the Minister of the day, tasked BC Transit with coming up with a plan. 2016-17, BC Transit, working with communities and First Nations, came up with a Sea to Sky 25-year transit futures plan to connect Mount Currie with Pemberton, Whistler, Black Tusk, Squamish, Britannia, Porto, Lions Bay, and into Vancouver along that great iconic highway, which only, incidentally, has two lanes. 2 lanes. That's all it is. It's a 2-lane highway with a bunch of passing lanes. And 20,000 cars a day between Squamish and Horseshoe Bay. 20,000, and that's growing significantly. We need to steward that capacity, and so that means a regional transit service. That's the lowest hanging fruit. It's been identified long ago. We have a model, we have a plan, we have agreement with all the local governments, with the 2 First Nations. We've decided on a transit commission. We agree on the funding model where everyone contributes equally. We're 5 years in and no progress. No progress at all. I put forward a private member's bill last year for a BC Transit Amendment Act to allow for First Nations to sit on a transit commission, which government unfortunately did nothing with. I'll submit it again next week, just because it's an important first step to allowing a regional transit service to take place, and unless, of course, the government has absolutely no intention of supporting any regional transit. Now, I do see in the budget that there is an additional $23 million, I think, for BC Transit this year, which is welcome. I suspect that much of it is going to be associated with labour cost increases, but we'll see. And I certainly welcome, as I say, I welcome that addition, and hopefully that incorporates a Sea to Sky transit component, although it's not certainly specified in the budget. So, calling the private member's bill, I think, would be a first good step and would help us move along and then approve a funding formula, and let's get on with it. So, let's see, where am I? I guess I see we're down to just a few minutes left. I did want to mention a couple of Modi improvements in the region, but I won't. And I guess, where will we go here? So, who else got a bit of a bump was a significant bump, actually, was the Ministry of Health. And I do need I do need to mention this because I think it's important. It doesn't get into detail a lot, the budget doesn't, and obviously we will in estimates, but there does seem a glaring oversight. Or maybe not. Maybe it's a purposeful oversight. There's money in the budget for expanding primary care networks. There's no mention in all of the budget documents that I can find about family doctors. In fact, you won't see the term mentioned. You won't see any mention of family doctor. It's studiously avoided. They talk about patient medical homes, which I think is a place for your records. And after the FOIPA fiasco last year in the imaginary consultation, those records could end up anywhere, hopefully not in the Ukraine. But nonetheless, it's instructive that we have no mention of family doctors. They're a rare commodity, increasingly rare commodity in the Sea to Sky. Squamish and Whistler particularly, the business case doesn't work for family doctors. The rent and taxes, staffing costs, there's little left over. And this is a typical small business story, Mr. Speaker. There seems to be a bit of a change in rhetoric out of the ministry. There's no more, remember the term GP for me? Well, that's gone. Maybe the NDP is signaling and has the distinction of presiding over the end of the era of family doctors. I think that the minister should come clean and admit this is the end game. There's no investments in the value of family practice. This is about big government, primary care, administration, and oversight. Don't worry, we're here to help. Is that a scary term? So no help for family doctors to survive, let alone thrive. Not enough paramedics. That is another one I'd like to talk about at length because it's complicated. I was a paramedic for many, many years up until I was elected here, and certainly working in the Sea to Sky and Metro. And the changes that took place in the last number of months have been great talking points. We've hired a bunch of new paramedics. Well, the net result is response times have been negatively impacted. It would take me probably 15 minutes to explain it all to you, but the bottom line is that the new scheduling structure has one car, the 90-second response time, whereas we used to have 2 cars with a 90-second response time. And to me, that's a downgrade of service. Bowen is even worse. We've seen more book-offs, more shifts not covered in the last 3 months than in the last 10 years. And you know why? Because the new shift pattern that was imposed, a scheduled on-call, you know how long the shift is? 72 hours. You think anybody wants to work a 72-hour shift? Obviously not. And the whole thing's falling apart. It's just not working. It's havoc, is how it's been explained to me. So, yeah, there's much more to say on this, but I'll have to move on because I've only got a minute. But there's one other piece that I just have to mention with regard to forestry. Now, we've got the Ministry of Forest going on about value over volume. Heard the Premier talk about it ad nauseum. Well, what's the real story? Well, OIC 2019, 421, Cassiar, to 70% harvest now can be exported as raw logs. Say it ain't so. It's true. Haida Gwaii, 422, 40% raw log export. No surplus test. The Nass Valley, 70% of volume raw log exports. OIC 424, North Coast and Mid Coast, same thing. North Coast Interior, same thing. Say it isn't so. Well, it's true. It's exactly where we're going here. And if you don't believe me, ask the presiding member, Minister of the Environment, who signed all those OICs. It's so cynical, it's unbelievable. But and it's just not well understood. So listen, I've got far more to say. I'm sorry I've run out of time, but I certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak to this budget, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Nanaimo North Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am the member from Nanaimo North Cowichan. Thank you. It gives me real pleasure to rise to speak to this budget and have a chance to reflect on what it has meant for the constituents that I represent primarily, but for the province generally. You know, I'm very proud of the investments that have been made and the outcomes that have been achieved by this government. I'd like to start by simply discussing what a budget is. What is this notion, this budget? And it is, in fact, a whole bunch of values, dollar values, dizzying array of numbers, and without context. And the context is being painted by the sides here. But when we look at the numbers, the picture is clear. But further, when we look at the values that those numbers represent, the difference is even more clear, Mr. Speaker, because the budget, in fact, is a reflection of the values that are put forward in the throne speech and campaigned upon by a party, our party, and materializing those in the real world is what the budget represents. And I look at it dollars and cents, as in SENSE, what makes sense. I look at the fact that most of this country is so much more devastated economically by the recent 2-year crisis that we've faced with the pandemic, that our province, in fact, has more than 105% of its pre-pandemic levels of employment. That is astonishing, and that the numbers of employment for women have increased even more than that. And why is that? Why is that, Mr. Speaker? It's not by fluke. Definitely it's because we have a resilient and amazing province filled with wonderful people who have pitched in and rolled up their sleeves and done what has been necessary to carry us through. But it is because we entered the pandemic having expressed through public policy and investments the values that we campaigned upon, that people matter, that investing in people is the way to profit for an economy and the way to a thriving society built of healthy communities. That's our approach. In fact, it's really the social determinants of health, the social determinants of economic success. We invested in housing, we invested in childcare, we invested in healthcare, and we prepared this province so that when we were faced with this huge challenge, the public institutions of this province had a strength and resiliency that would not have been there. And I will make a comparison between now and then, the 16 years of government before us. And I'm sure that phrase will bring eye rolling on the other side. And for any member who has been here as long as I have, it will bring nowhere near the amount of eye rolling that came with the constant chime of the 90s throughout the 2000s. So get ready, members, to hear a lot about 16 years. Yeah, you know, this economy is the best economy in Canada, and it's projected to remain that way. I'm confident that the people of the province will do their part and that our government will do its part to materialize and continue that. I'd like to make some comparisons to our approach to budgeting versus the BC Liberal approach. But first, I'd like to just mention a few things that have happened in my own riding. From Nanaimo to the Cowichan Valley, we have invested in over 1,300 units of affordable housing, with at least 260 more in planning stages. That means just in Nanaimo, 1,151 units are built. 1,151 families are housed in affordable housing. That is so impactful and so powerful. If the members, I expect opposition's going to opposition. They're going to do that. They're going to criticize as well as they should. But it's difficult. I wouldn't really want to be in their shoes, to be standing on such a fresh record of not having made these investments, at the same time criticizing the investments that we have made. The criticisms of rent rates, Mr. Speaker. Where would rent rates be today had this government not removed the 2% surcharge over top of inflation that the BC Liberals had written into the Act? Where would we be? Yes, rents have gone up. Yes, the opposition hammers that in question period. But what they forget, but the people of BC don't forget, is that every year since we've been in office, they would have been paying 2% more. 2% more per year than they have, and that would have accumulated. We can look at the speculation. This government took steps with speculation tax to combat rising rates of inflation of housing driven by speculation. That compares to the BC Liberal approach under former Premier Christy Clark, who in November 2015 went to China with the then Trade Minister, member from Richmond North Centre, and took real estate developers to meet with Chinese investors to contribute even more to the speculation of housing in this province. That was their approach to it. We took the approach that people need help. And in doing that, we have helped those 1,151 families in Nanaimo. In healthcare, in Nanaimo, we have invested over $30 million in improving services. That includes electrical upgrades at the Nanaimo Regional General Hospital, new MRI equipment there, a new ICU unit for the Nanaimo Regional General Hospital, a new urgent care clinic, and the island's first nurse practitioner clinic, along with ongoing funding for staffing. In Cowichan, the other end of the constituency I represent, we've invested $10 million into improving healthcare services, and that includes the new hospice center in Duncan, which had been fought for a couple of decades, but it took this government to realize that. We have 80 new publicly funded seniors beds in the Cowichan Valley. That does not include, none of this includes the new hospital, which I believe we are funding to the tune of $600 million. And that does appear in this budget, at least the beginning phases of that. In homelessness in the Nanaimo and Cowichan Valley areas, we've provided close to $5 million to address these issues. And of course, these issues have been made worse by the pandemic, and this funding will assist all the communities of Nanaimo, Ladysmith, Duncan, and the Cowichan Valley in responding to this great challenge. Since forming government, we have invested over $130 million into our local schools. Mr. Speaker, this is after 16 years of closing schools, of constant cutbacks and losses to inflation, of downloading costs of teacher settlements that have been fought unnecessarily to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars in the courts, downloading that onto our school districts. Did this government do anything of the kind? No. We have funded schools, we have funded operations, we have funded capital projects, and unlike the previous government that left it to parents to fundraise for playgrounds, we have funded playgrounds at public schools, including a accessible playground on Gabriola and four other new accessible playgrounds in the Nanaimo and Cowichan area. We have received 3 new electric school buses. We have seen 256 more teachers hired in the two school districts which are contained within the boundaries of Nanaimo, North Cowichan, and Cowichan Valley. We have put $26.8 million into maintenance upgrades and classroom expansions in that region, in the region I represent. We have spent $19 million on seismic upgrades in the region I represent. We have committed to $79.9 million, that sounds like $80 million to me, for a new Cowichan High School. So, Mr. Speaker, these are numbers, values, but they reflect the values of a government, the values and priorities of a government. And nothing reflects those values more acutely, in my opinion, than investments in children, in education, but also in childcare. And in childcare in Nanaimo, North Cowichan, this government has invested $25 million, and families have access to affordable, quality childcare when they need it. This is life-changing for families. Mr. Speaker, in fact, in the constituency I represent, we have several of the $10 a day projects situated there with over 120 spaces. Now, those families are spending $10 a day when they were previously spending upwards around $800 a month. So for those families, when you combine the largest middle-class tax break in the history of this province, that was getting rid of the MSP premium, together with those childcare investments, together with some of those families receiving housing subsidies and increased supports in other ways, these are life-changing investments. Some of these families see a positive net balance in their pocketbooks of upwards of $20,000 in a year if they have 3 children in childcare, and many of them do. That changes their lives. That allows them to save for home. That allows their children to enter all sorts of programs that they would otherwise not have done. That makes a healthy community. That's why we have the best performing economy and the best results for women in the workforce, for people generally who face the challenges of families. And I think that's our job here, to make life better for families. And we have gone through 16 years, previous to this government, of challenges to families, cuts to childcare, cuts to education, cuts to supports for children and family development, cuts in healthcare as related to inflation. So it isn't lost on British Columbians. And it's no surprise the opposition would stand up and make the criticisms they do. They're supposed to, they're paid to do that. It's an important role. Every government needs a strong opposition to remain healthy. But it is, to use a friendly, soft word, ironic. There are several other words that pop to mind, but it is rather ironic to hear the members rise in criticism and say that we aren't building enough housing, when in fact, just take the housing that affects my family directly. My stepdaughter is in Kelowna University, and she's in a new housing unit, and I believe that when the BC Liberals were in power, they built approximately 168 student housing units. And, Mr. Speaker, we're building in the thousands. So, you know, the comparisons are easy to make, I guess. With childcare, we've put $10.6 million back into the pockets of Nanaimo, North Cowichan parents through reduced fees and benefits. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine $10.6 million? That is, again, life-changing for those families, but also an amazing support and investment and gesture of confidence in local economies, because those families are taking those funds that they would have been putting into that service and spending them in our communities. And that is healthy for all of us. So since forming government, we've funded the creation of 426 new licensed childcare spaces in Nanaimo, North Cowichan. That's more than 20,000 have been approved for funding across BC, with more to come. But for the constituency I represent, 426 children have spaces that weren't there before. This includes 124 units, I see now, Mr. Speaker, of the universal childcare prototype at $10 a day. 124 children, probably 100 families benefiting from that investment. Since forming government, we've invested $34 million into Vancouver Island University to expand buildings, increase seats, purchase new equipment and technology. So this included replacing the Health and Science Centre, expanding the Marine, Automotive and Trades Complex, which answers some of the challenges that we've been talking about in this House recently around skilled training. We have also increased seats for healthcare training and mental health care training, adding 1,400 new seats for on-demand trades. We have also, across the province, eliminated student loan debt, or student loan interest, rather, when we've implemented needs-based grants, something I remember was in existence when I was in my 20s, but not since then. So this government has made that important investment in people. In emergency preparedness, which is all the more important as we face climate change challenges and the various crises that this province has endured, we've invested over $4.3 million in emergency preparedness measures in our communities from Nanaimo to Cowichan. $830,000 was invested in the Nanaimo region, $2.1 million in the Cowichan Valley region, $1.3 million went directly to First Nations in the region, $44,000 went to Gabriola Island, $25,000 went to Thetis Island. And none of those people, I wager, would would expect that they would have received that in any of the 16 previous years to this government. In active transportation, as a cyclist, I love this investment. Since June 2020, close to $2 million has been invested in active transportation in the Nanaimo region. Since forming government, we've made significant progress on reconciliation in our community in the Nanaimo area, including signing 2 historic agreements with the Nanaimo, which included a transfer of 3,000 hectares of Trick Crown land. We also recently signed an agreement with the Cowichan First Nations, which includes Cowichan tribes, Halalt First Nation, Liaxin First Nation, Penelakut Tribe, and Sunimas First Nation. So we are putting not just our money where our mouths are, but our efforts and our commitment and our work for the people of BC. So, Mr. Speaker, we have in every way tried to reach into the communities and provide the help they need in the way they need it. And that means something different in every community. In Nanaimo, North Cowichan, there happens to be an amazingly thriving artistic sector. The Ladysmith area, we've put money into the museum, we've put capital money and operating money. Then Gabriel Island, the Isle of the Arts, with the highest percentage of professional artists anywhere in Canada, have received funding. Since 2020, $1.4 million has been put into funding art and theater organizations, artists, writers, and musicians in our community. I could list it, Mr. Speaker, but I've got a lot to say. There are dozens of organizations and individuals in the arts in the constituency I represent alone, let alone the whole province, who have received this support. And not only is that important to the economy and important to those artists, but it's important to this province to document and tell the story of what we're going through. This province has faced challenges that none of us imagined. And it will take a long time for us to sort through the effects of this on people, on communities. And it is through art and appreciation of history that we tell these stories and we preserve the benefit of the sacrifices we've made to get through these times and pass to other people the wisdoms that might be gained. In infrastructure and tourism funding, Mr. Speaker, since September 2020, organizations and communities in the Nanaimo, North Cowichan region have received $5.3 million in recovery funding for tourism and infrastructure projects. Now, this is incredibly important. My daughter is a chef, and she's affected by investments in these areas. And I can tell you that, it is true that we have more than 100% the employment that we had pre-pandemic, but that doesn't mean that every sector is experiencing that. And the sector that my daughter works in and as a chef has been buffeted. And she has personally been knocked off her course, her chosen course for the time being. And we stand behind people. We know that people need an extra bit of support now to get through this without terrible loss. And I do believe that in the beginning of this pandemic, when investments were being made, this House stood in unity in endorsing that approach. This House and every government across the world, let alone Canada, ran deficits in usually tens of billions of dollars in order to limit the damage that was done. And now, to hear the BC Liberal opposition characterize those as overspending or misguided is dismaying. It really is, because, you know, as I said, opposition's got to opposition. We expect, and every British Columbian expects, that the opposition will be critical in the pursuit of better policy. Keep the government doing its best. That's your job. But to pardon me, to characterize those investments that in fact are the reason that we are in the place we are today, not here, but the better place British Columbia is in, is wrong. It's just wrong. So, you know, when I look at the tourism and infrastructure and recovery funding that we've received, I can list the project: construction of accessible walkways and bathrooms in the community, community park amenities, including picnic tables and bike racks, and a bike service station. There's been improvements to trails and parks and facilities. Parks have been expanded. Construction of outdoor gathering spaces, community picnic shelters as a response to the pandemic, electrical vehicle charging stations. All these things have kept people working. All these things have kept communities healthy. All these things have contributed to the resiliency that we see in British Columbia. Recovery funding for sports and recreation in the Nanaimo North Cowichan region. 21 local community sports organizations have benefited from pandemic relief funding distributed just in 2021. You know, there's no exact figures on each one that I could derive, but you know, the maximum grant was $7,500, and if that were the amount that the 21 organizations received, we will have received $157,000. I believe the number is closer to $125,000. But this is to sports organizations that were impacted, had commitments, had not only commitments that they couldn't avoid when they had to cancel tournaments and cancel seasons, but also increased costs to start up again because of the health orders they had to respect. And they did respect those orders, and they did a great job. And with the backing of our government, they are now able to continue their efforts the way they had hoped. Now, I'd like to just refer to some cuts that were made in those 16 years and that we have had to address by refunding or reforming, totally reforming organizations. In 2002, the BC Liberals eliminated core funding for sexual assault centres and community-based victim assistance programs, such as rape crisis and violence in relationships programs. Our government has restored the funding for 50 sexual assault centres in budget 2022. Now, could there be a stronger statement of values? Could there be? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. They cancelled the BC NDP's $14 a day childcare plan in 2002 and eliminated or lowered subsidies for 10,500 families by raising the income threshold $258 per month. The BC NDP is delivering $20 a day childcare by the end of 2022. Now, Mr. Speaker, when Quebec established its childcare program, it modeled it after the BC NDP program of the 90s. They kept going through the 2000s, and as a result, Quebec has the highest participation of women in the skilled trades, which has been directly linked to those childcare investments. That is liberating, Mr. Speaker. That is just not a dollar value. That is a human value. That is a value that allows parents who are challenged to care for their children the liberty of being able to participate in their community and in our economy. Those are values. Those are dollar values, and those are core human values. There was no increase to income and disability assistance for 10 years. BC Liberals froze it at $610 for a decade, including the year Kevin Falcon was Finance Minister, 2012. BC NDP has increased income and disability assistance 3 times since 2017, adding a total of $323 a month, more than a 50% increase, Mr. Speaker. Again, life-changing investments that reflect values. There was no increase to the senior supplement on income assistance ever. The BC NDP increased it from $49.30 to $99.30. We doubled it, Mr. Speaker. We doubled it in 2021. Here's the student housing that I was talking about, and I gave the former government, BC Liberal government, credit for about 160 beds of student housing in 16 years. In fact, it was a 130. Currently, the BC NDP government has more than 5,800 new student housing beds open or under construction. 5,800. That, again, for a family that struggles to send a child to post-secondary, is life-changing. The BC Liberals made parents fundraise for school programs. I've already mentioned that. Playgrounds, we fund them. They cut grants for post-secondary students, the ones I talked about, and those included grants targeting new nurses and residential care aides. Boy, wouldn't it be good if we had had more people trained over those many years, those 16 years. You know, to be fair, it was 10 years of time that those grants had been cut. But in that 10 years, how many people weren't able to attend the programs that they would have otherwise? And how many people are not serving the people of BC in those important professions today who would have been? So they canceled the Buy BC program. That negatively impacted 1,200 companies and associations who used that logo in their advertising. The NDP brought it back in 2018. They dismantled the Human Rights Commission in 2002. It was restored by this government in 2018. These are values. They cost money. That's a value. But more importantly to the people of BC, they reflect the value of a government that wants to give people the help they need to stand on a stronger foundation, to build better lives, and to be more successful for generations to come, because investments in children are multi-generational in their payback. Ferry routes were cut. They canceled the seniors discount on BC ferries. They cut funding to healthcare in 2013 by $234 million, and at the same time increased MSP premiums by 4%, those same MSP premiums that this government got rid of. They cut legal aid. I mean, it goes on and on. They cut support payments for foster parents for 8 years. BC NDP finally gave foster parents and other caregivers a raise in 2019. So this budget continues the work that was begun when this government first formed. And it is the investment that builds the foundation upon which this province will prosper, upon which families will thrive, and upon which social justice and equity will be tipped in a balance towards people, the people of this province. We have invested in people. We believe in unity and inclusion. Our cabinet is more than 50% female. Our caucus is more than 50% female. The only time that has happened in Canada. We are diverse, we reflect our communities, and we love our communities, and we are investing in our communities with Budget 2022, and it is a document that I cannot be more proud to stand and defend. Thank
Noting
you.
the hour, member. Noting the hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Noting the hour, I move adjournment of the debate.
Member, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Acting Government House Leader.
I move the House do now adjourn.
Member, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose, Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday, February 28th.